After waiting for a while, the little beauty who was humming a tune without taking off her clothes made Qinxiang go crazy with anger. After waiting for a while, the little beauty who was humming a tune without taking off her clothes made Qinxiang go crazy with anger. D-A-M. And it, even taking off her clothes, is so slow. She really is a woman. Qinxiang thought, take it off, take it off. Long Shui, the little rhinoceros, also unexpectedly urged on. Under the expectation of the two bad guys, Qinxiang and Long Shui, the little beauty finally took off her men's clothes, and inside, she was wearing a woman's clothes. This made them secretly clench their teeth. As expected, the little beauty wanted to bathe in the lake. With her back facing Qinxiang, her movements were graceful and captivating. Her snow-white body suddenly appeared in front of Qinxiang. Her long legs, beautiful T-tocks, alluring waist, and pink back that made people want to kiss her, all of them released a wild and soul-stirring aura, causing the evil fire in Qinxiang's lower abdomen to rise. The little beauty kept the clothes inside her storage ring, tied up her hair, and walked into the pool. In that moment, Qinxiang saw something that had a strong visual impact. He went down, what a pity. Long Shui sighed. The little beauty was soaking in the water with a cheerful smile on her face. She was humming a tune while enjoying the warm spring water. Little scoundrel, what do you plan to do now? Su Meiyao scoffed. Her voice carried a faint, sour taste. Of course it's to go down and capture her alive, and then... Qinxiang hastily interrupted Long Shui's daydreaming. Then, it's your turn, you little bad dragon, there's no hope anymore. It seems like only I can subdue you. HNG, HNG. Qinxiang laughed. Little bad dragon, is there any way to steal the storage ring on your finger? After Long Shui heard this, he began to giggle. Little scoundrel, you're the one that's hopeless. To me, this is just a small matter. Long Shui was more proficient at using the ability of taking things out of the air than Qinxiang. In that instant, a storage ring flashed towards him, and the little beauty was humming a tune, not realizing that her storage ring was stolen. Qinxiang floated gently and arrived at a tree at the side of the pool. He sat on top of the tree and looked down at the little beauty in the pool. This little beauty's strength could be considered quite good. She quickly discovered that there was movement on the tree. After a moment of shock, she raised her head and saw a man wearing a mask sitting on top of the tree, staring at her with his eyes. What surprised Qinxiang was that the little beauty did not panic at all. Instead, she looked for her storage ring at once, but did not manage to find it. Only now did she start to panic, and immediately covered her chest with her hands. Who are you? Hurry up and return my storage ring back to me. The little beauty's jade face was filled with embarrassment and anger. Although her voice was anxious, it revealed a very natural gentleness. Qinxiang laughed. I'm here to take your head. You're worth 10 billion. The little beauty's body trembled as she bit her lips and shouted, Since you know I'm worth 10 billion, then hurry up and leave. Never thought that this little beauty would actually be so brainless. No wonder she would pretend to be him, even daring to come to this kind of place to bathe after pretending. Goodbye then. Qinxiang had actually left. Thinking about how Qinxiang had obtained her storage ring, the little beauty anxiously shouted out, Scoundrel, quick! Come back quickly and give me back my clothes. Qinxiang landed on the side of the pool and stared at that beautiful and delicate face. She was a beauty that was filled with gentleness and gentleness, but within gentleness and gentleness, she did not lose her charm. You little fool, do you think I'll return your clothes? Qinxiang laughed. I have not offended you. Why did you steal my storage ring? Give me back my storage ring. I will give you the spar. The little beauty became anxious. Qinxiang was looking at her from such a close distance, causing her to tighten her legs and cover her chest. This little beauty was so adorable that Qinxiang couldn't bear to tease her. Why are you pretending to be Qinxiang? Chun Xiang's gaze became more fiery, causing the little beauty to lower her head. He never thought that this powerful fake would actually be so stupid. My brother told me to do it. He said that he could attract Chun Xiang here like this. And he really did come in the end. As long as I agreed, he would agree to let me play by myself. Originally, Chun Xiang wanted to punish her severely, but facing such a simple and innocent little girl, he couldn't be ruthless in his heart. Chun Xiang laughed. Then what is your name? Who is Dongfang Yao to you? Dongfang Yao is my second brother, but he was sent to devil-subduing college by father a long time ago. But when my brother said that his power and influence was gone, he was sent away. The little beauty didn't know why, but she felt that the person in front of her who wore a mask had no ill intentions. She smiled sweetly at Chun Xiang. I'm called Dongfang Jing. They all call me Jing Jing. What about you? Chun Xiang didn't expect this little beauty to be so naive. In an instant, she lost all caution against her enemies, and if he tricked her into selling them, she would even help him count the money. My name is Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang took off his mask, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He felt that this was the most honest smile he had ever had, but it still made Dongfang Jing scream in fear. Dongfang Jing, who was in the water, anxiously retreated. In her eyes, Chun Xiang was like a demon, which made it hard for Chun Xiang to understand. Although his looks could not be ranked in the Chun martial continent, but it was still not bad. Why does this little beauty look like she saw a ghost? What are you afraid of? Chun Xiang knew that Dongfang Jing would answer any questions he asked. You're a big bad guy, big devil big. Dongfang Jing frowned and looked at Chun Xiang with vigilance. Chun Xiang summoned his green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, surging killing intent in all directions. His voice was filled with anger. Who said it? I will chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs. And you actually slander me like this. My big brother said it. He said you killed second brother, even though second brother is also a bad guy. Dongfang Jing answered Chun Xiang honestly. Your big brother is also a bad guy. I'm going to kill him. Chun Xiang sneered. You can't beat my big brother. You're just courting death by looking for him. Dongfang Jing said anxiously, as though the big brother she was referring to was invincible. Little fool, your big brother lied to you. Don't you know? If she believed the words of a pig, then what about her big brother? Dongfang Jing was indeed a very simple and kind girl. Even though she was no longer a girl, her brain was like a little girl of a few years old. Dongfang Jing was indeed a very simple and kind girl. Even though she was no longer a girl, her brain was like a little girl of a few years old. My elder brother will not lie to me. My elder brother is a good person. My second brother is a scoundrel, so I don't trust my second brother, and even more so, I don't trust a scoundrel like you. Dongfang Jing tightly held onto her ample chest and shrunk into the water. Her bitter and jade face was filled with bashfulness and anger, and her not crying out loud had already surprised Chun Xiang. Since you said I'm a bad guy, what do you think I should do to you now? Chun Xiang's face was filled with an evil and evil smile, causing Dongfang Jing's heart to jump, filled with fear. Although she was simple, she knew a few things about relations. HI plus PS between men and women. Take it. If I were a bad guy, I would have eaten you to the point that not even your bones would remain. Chun Xiang threw the little beauty's ring over. This came as a great shock to Dongfang Jing. After she received the ring, she innocently shouted, Turn around, I want to put on some clothes. Chun Xiang now understood why the Dongfang family did not allow this little idiot to run around. A little fool like this could even trick her into going around in circles. He let out a helpless sigh, then turned around and was about to leave the pool. Sigh. Wait. Thank you for returning the storage ring to me. This nearly made Chun Xiang fall to the ground. This ring was originally hers. Giving it back was a given. Yet she actually thanked others. Chun Xiang turned his head. Just as he was about to say, no need to be courteous, he saw this little beauty wiping off the water on her body with a piece of cloth. The cloth just happened to graze her plump E-A-S-T-S pus. H-I, plussing out the blush on the snow peak, causing Qin Xiang to almost spurt out blood from his nose. Ah! With a scream, it pierced through the clouds. You, woo-woo, asterisk you saw it. You're a bad guy. Woo-woo. But when she started crying, she rubbed her eyes, leaving the eyes of the snow rabbit in front of Qin Xiang, whose chest was radiating spring light, exposed. As she sobbed, the snow-white and beautiful rabbit suddenly trembled, bringing about a burst of ambiguous spring waves, causing people to be captivated by her tears. Qin Xiang didn't know what to do. He wanted to say, "Actually, I saw it long ago," but he knew that if he said it out loud, this idiot would cry even harder. "Wear your clothes quickly, or else I'll see you all." Just at this time, Long Shui model Qin Xiang's voice sounded out, and after Dongfang Jing heard it, his face flushed red and anxiously used his clothes to cover his body. Qin Xiang was truly speechless. If it was a normal woman, she would have definitely dressed as quickly as possible, but this little idiot was still slowly wiping the water droplets on her body. "Take it. Consider it my compensation." Qin Xiang took out a few sets of beautiful dresses and a few pairs of shoes. These were all carefully selected from within the sacred Dan realm and were all made by hand, and the materials were all rare and beautiful. As expected, the little idiot was quickly attracted by the beautiful clothes and hurriedly took them over, while sobbing as he rummaged through the clothes and shoes. If it wasn't for Qin Xiang here, she might have immediately changed to try. "Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Just pretend that what happened today never happened. Are you satisfied with the clothes?" Qin Xiang sincerely apologized. The little beauty's eyes were still filled with tears. After she wiped them clean, she said in a gentle and sweet voice, "You can't tell anyone else, or else I won't be able to protect my reputation. Also, thank you for the clothes you gave me." Qin Xiang laughed. "Then am I still a bad guy?" Dongfang Jing thought seriously for a while, then shook his head. "You're not a bad guy, but you're still a little bad." "You're a bad guy." This made Long Shui and Su Meiyao, who were inside the ring, Poochie laugh. "In the future, you have to be careful not to run around alone. You also met me, so if you met anyone else, you would have been tricked long ago. I'll return to the city." Qin Xiang originally wanted to leave immediately, but he could not bear to do so. Dongfang Jing nodded his head, then tidied up his clothes. Just like that, the innocent little beauty followed this little scoundrel out of the forest, without a shred of vigilance. This kind of idiot was something that could only be encountered once every 10,000 years, but today it was met by Qin Xiang. "Jing, don't tell your brother that I've come to find you. If there's anything about me, don't say anything. Even if your brother sees through it, you still have to remain silent. Do you understand?" Qin Xiang said very seriously. The little beauty nodded seriously and said, "I won't say anything. I can definitely do what I've promised." "I really don't understand. How did you cultivate to such an extent?" Qin Xiang sighed. With this kind of brain, being able to become a warrior of the 100 refining realm was truly baffling. A lot of people say this about me, but as long as I train according to the rules, my innate qi can be increased. Furthermore, during the compet, Tian, I can also judge based on the opponent's martial skills and then fight back. I'm not stupid. Even Big Brother is not my opponent. So why is it that so many people always call me stupid? The little beauty said while feeling wronged. She played with the beautiful accessory that Qin Xiang gave her. This caused Qin Xiang to find it hard to believe that young Master Dongfang was not a match for this stupid girl. Not long after exiting the forest, they arrived at Heavenly Emperor City. "I won't be going into the city. Take this if someone asks you. Just say you picked it up. This is my gift to you. It can only be eaten by you, and is for your survival." Qin Xiang gave the stupid beauty a small jade box. When Dongfang Jing opened the jade box, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out. 2 pills were S-H-I plus Ning brightly, lying inside the jade box. This is the relived Dan. The little beauty's beautiful eyes widened. Cover it quickly and put it away, Chun Xiang urged. This item is very expensive. I can't take it. Dongfang Jing pouted and said he was determined to return the relived Dan back to Qin Xiang. Take it. This is compensation that I've given you. I feel ashamed for you. Keep it, or else I will feel very uncomfortable. Chen Xiang said with a serious face. You really are a good person. Dongfang Jing revealed a sweet smile to Qin Xiang. I'm a good person to begin with, so don't pretend to be me next time. This is a very dangerous thing to do. Qin Xiang warned. Dongfang Jing nodded, then skipped away. It's such a pity if we don't trick a little fool like him into leaving. Qin Xiang was the one who gave Su Meiyao those 2 relived Dan. There weren't many girls who were innocent, and it made people feel tender towards him. After Dongfang Jing left, Qin Xiang turned into a normal-looking middle-aged man, walking into the heavenly Emperor City. He wanted to see how the profound Dragon Tower would react after it was destroyed. The Xianlong Tower was a place that specialized in selling ancient arts and crafts. It was a place that specialized in antiques, and was reserved for aristocrats to show off. It was one of the Dongfang family's big properties, but now it was filled with crushed ice. The Xianlong Tower was a place that specialized in selling ancient arts and crafts. It was a place that specialized in antiques, and was reserved for aristocrats to show off. It was one of the Dongfang family's big properties, but now it was filled with crushed ice. The Xian dragon pag, had been struck by the ice dragon and had congealed into ice. Then it suffered from the huge impact and was shattered into pieces. This caused the Dongfang family to suffer heavy losses. However, the Eastern Profound Realm was in a mess because the spirit energy inside was slowly decreasing. This was because Qin Xiang had taken away the vermilion bird's corpse that was hidden deep underground, causing the spirit energy source to disappear. Qin Xiang reckoned that in a short while the Eastern Profound Realm would disappear without a trace, without the support of a large amount of energy. The ambitious Dongfang family had no choice but to restrain themselves and resolve the clan's internal affairs. Although they were stopped by the devil-suppressing divine palace, they still occupied the mines and plunder resources everywhere, making many forces angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. It has already sealed off the entire city. I never thought that Chen Xiang would have such guts. With a bounty of 10 billion bounty, he still dares to come to Sky Emperor City to cause trouble, and even destroyed Xianyuan Dragon Tower. No wonder he dares to kill Dongfang Yao. Seems like young Master Dongfang is not his opponent, no matter what. Qin Xiang is still someone after all. He destroyed the dragon pag. This is clearly slapping Dongfang clan hard in the face. I wonder how the Dongfang family is feeling right now. Qin Xiang was in a tea house, sipping tea while looking at the entrance of the huge palace in the distance. Through the heaven tour method, he could see that many strong people were entering the Eastern Profound Realm in batches. If he wanted to know what happened inside, it was extremely simple for Qin Xiang. With a shake of his body, he changed back to Dongfang Realm, entered the palace, and then entered the Eastern Profound Realm from the palace. A lot of people were gathered inside, and they were all gathered at the same plaza. Once Qin Xiang arrived, he was questioned loudly by a burly man. Dongfang Realm, where did you go? You guys are going to be blamed for such a big thing that happened. This man was the leader of the patrol, a member of the Nirvana stage. At this moment, all the captains of the patrol teams were here, along with many of the Dongfang family's higher-ups, as well as the big bosses who were leading troops. It was the Warm Moon Elder who asked me to go out and inquire about some things. Qin Xiang anxiously said. Then Dongfang Xinhua said that she would ensure that he would be all right. When the captain heard that it was the Warm Moon Elders who called him to do some work, he did not ask any further questions. Although the Warm Moon Elders rarely went out and usually looked very gentle, they were all over the place, and even those old fellows were afraid. Qin Xiang saw that little fool, Dongfang Jing, and she obediently followed behind a man who had a long beard and looked mature and stable. This man was somewhat similar to Dongfang Yao, and this was the big brother Dongfang Jing had mentioned before. It was an old man who had walked onto the high platform. He was the grand elder of the Dongfang family, the boss of the group of elders. He had been competing with the Dongfang family's patriarch for power. In the past, when they were gathered, the one who spoke was the patriarch, and now it was the great clan elder. Qin Xiang was secretly surprised. This showed that the patriarch had already lost his power. To make a long story short, I will only say two things. First, go all out to hunt down Qin Xiang, the great enemy of the Dongfang family, and actually destroy our important property. Secondly, a traitor has appeared in our Dongfang family. Dongfang Xinhua actually SNATC had away our spiritual energy life vein under our eastern profound realm and caused it to weaken every day. This is the great traitor of our Dongfang family. No. These two things are the shame of our Dongfang family. The patriarch is the younger brother of the traitor Dongfang Xinhua. So after discussion with our clan elders, we decided to temporarily annul his position as the family patriarch until he captures Dongfang Xinhua and brings him back. Finally, everyone go back and pack up. We are preparing to move out of Eastern Profound Realm. Qin Xiang was shocked, and everyone started to discuss amongst themselves. They knew that it was rare for Dongfang Xinhua to leave the Eastern Profound Realm, so he had escaped. Dongfang Xinhua was an expert in smithing arrays. It was normal for him to steal the spiritual qi from the lifeline. These people were all lunatics in order to achieve their goals. There was nothing that they couldn't do. But Qin Xiang didn't think that he would actually hurt this beauty's life, making her into a criminal within the family and making her carry the tli of a traitor. Next, let the second elder speak of the matters that he should pay attention to during the migration, as well as the person in charge. Qin Xiang grew impatient when he heard it and stealthily left, turning into a small turfly, then flew around. At the same time, many buildings were set on fire, and the fire seeds condensed by the heaven fire, if it was a normal rock, would all be ignited. What are you carrying around for? I'll help you burn the fire. You guys can just leave. Qin Xiang laughed in his heart. He loved to set things on fire the most, and it was to the point that he would burn down the base of the number one power in this new world. Although this would not weaken the Dongfang family strength, it would still make them angry for a long time. Just as the second elder finished speaking, with a thought from Qin Xiang, those flames he buried everywhere started to burn. In just a few moments, all the houses in the Eastern Profound Realm were engulfed in raging flames, and cries came from everywhere. Qin Xiang had long since left the Eastern Profound Realm. After strolling in the Heavenly Emperor City for a few days, Qin Xiang realized that the medicine stores here were all like the mortal martial realm-esque back in the day. They were all left for him to sell, and they were all extremely expensive. He was extremely disappointed and could only return to the super martial school since he had already obtained the vermilion bird's remains. Within the super martial school, a few guests came. The moment Qin Xiang returned to the super martial school, he was received into the guest hall, and after walking in for a look, he saw a few very familiar faces. One was the little fool Dongfang Jing, then Dongfang Profound Long, and finally a handsome middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing, dressed in gorgeous red clothes, which was also the Dongfang family's patriarch, Dongfang Chaochuan. After Dongfang Jing saw Qin Xiang, she immediately lowered her head, and did not dare to look straight into Qin Xiang's eyes, afraid that others would find out that she was acquainted with Qin Xiang. Yo, aren't these the fellows who placed bounty on me? They actually came here and want to take my head for themselves? And Wu Kaming were both here, so when they saw Qin Xiang, they had no choice but to get up and pay their respects to him. Junior martial uncle. No need to be so polite. Qin Xiang raised his hand, his voice light. How could Dongfang Chaochuan not know the power of Gudongqin and Wu Keiming. As the patriarch of the Dongfang family, he was very strong, but he didn't expect the two leaders of the super martial school to be so respectful to this brat. Now, he understood that even if the bounty was 10 billion, there wouldn't be many people who could successfully take Qin Xiang's life. Only the people from the Dongfang family knew about this Dongfang family's patriarch. He was so humiliated that he was kicked off his seat casually. No one listened to him. But the outsiders felt that this Dongfang family's patriarch was very powerful and honorable. Only the people from the Dongfang family knew about this Dongfang family's patriarch. He was so humiliated that he was kicked off his seat casually. No one listened to him. But the outsiders felt that this Dongfang family's patriarch was very powerful and honorable. If you are here because of the matter of the profound dragon tower, then please return. None at all. If it's for that Dongfang Yao, you will all be disappointed. His death has nothing to do with it at all. It's just that I offended that bulls. H-I plus T-G-O-D, so he intentionally slandered me. But now that the G-O-D child has been slaughtered by me, and I have no proof, I know that it's hard to prove what I just said. Qin Xiang slowly said without waiting for the other party to speak. This made Dongfang Chaochuan think of a lot of things that would happen if he were to die. Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming were both secretly surprised. Qin Xiang had been offered a bounty by someone else, but he still dared to go to someone's territory and destroy an expensive tower. This kind of person could do such a thing no matter what world he was in. You said everything. That's right, we came here for the matter of the Dragon Tower and Dongfang Yao. Since you said it like that, it seems like we can't pursue it. Dongfang Chaochuan stood up and said seriously, even though I am still the patriarch of the Dongfang clan, I do not have any power. The person in charge of the Dongfang clan now will not put the devil-suppressing divine palace in his eyes. After Dongfang Chaochuan brought his children and left, Qin Xiang's expression became serious. The reason the great clan elder of Dongfang clan wanted to capture him was to find an excuse to attack the Chun martial continent, because this was one of the strongest powers in the mortal martial realm, and there are even Taiji, dragon-suppressed Kung Fu-s amongst them. Qin Xiang suddenly understood why the Dongfang clan wanted to capture him. It was because of the Taiji, dragon-suppressed Kung Fu, and Huang Jintian was inside. That was why they had to find all sorts of excuses. What happened to the Dongfang family? After Gu Dongqin sent him off, he returned to the living room. Qin Xiang said, that big sister Dongfang Chaochuan was seen as a traitor. After that, the elders joined hands and kicked the patriarch off the stage. They wanted Dongfang Chaochuan to capture his big sister, but it seems impossible. Looks like it won't be long before the Dongfang clan's army arrives here. They are here for the Taiji dragon-suppressed Kung Fu. The Taiji dragon-suppressed Kung Fu had long ago caused a wave of ODY reign in the mortal martial realm, but it was dissolved by Qin Xiang later on because he helped many powers find the martial skills left behind by their ancestors. Now it was different because this was a new world. After hearing that there was such an unrivaled divine technique, who wouldn't want to NATC, H it away? Dongfang Chaochuan, I never thought that you would also be a traitor to actually come all the way here. What exactly are your intentions? Suddenly, an angry voice resonated above Super Martial School, causing Qin Xiang and the others to become serious. It's the Grand Elder of the Dongfang family. Qin Xiang immediately stood up and left the hall. Gu Dongqin and Qin Xiang walked towards the door together, while Wu Keiming went to call the head of the Super Martial School over. The people of the Dongfang family had actually arrived so quickly, and it was even a large group of people who used the transmission array to teleport to the entrance of the Super Martial School. A powerful qi came out. Qin Xiang anxiously shouted, "Someone has attacked!" Arriving at the door, Dongfang Chaochuan's face was ugly, blood trickling down from the corner of his mouth. He held onto his stomach with one hand as he stared at the great clan elder coldly. Dongfang Lingyun, you are ruthless enough. Dongfang Chaochuan was actually struck by the great clan elder. "Father, are you all right?" Dongfang Jing's face was full of worry as she held her father. "You are a traitor to the Dongfang family, you siblings as well. This is the only way to deal with traitors." Dongfang Lingyun's old face was full of malice. As the great clan elder, in order to stabilize his authority in the Dongfang family, he had to get rid of Dongfang Chaochuan and Dongfang Xinyue, the two powerful siblings. The main gate of the super martial school was guarded by dozens of powerful Nirvana stage, led by Dongfang Lingyun. This was the first time in many years that the super martial school had been attacked by enemies in such a way. "Jingjing, I'm fine." After Dongfang Chaochuan finished speaking, he spat out another large mouthful of blood. "Traitor!" Just then, Dongfang Profoundlong's quick sword stabbed out, piercing into Dongfang Chaochuan's chest, coming out from his body. His son had tried to assassinate his father. This shocked Qin Xiang and the others, and it was a ruthless strike from behind. "Son of a bitch." Angry, Dongfang Chaochuan smashed a palm towards his own son, but was blocked by the great elder Dongfang Lingyun. "Even your son thinks you're a traitor, haha." Dongfang Lingyun laughed. Dongfang Jing's eyes were filled with tears, and he shouted loudly, "You are not my big brother. You are a big scoundrel. You attacked Daddy!" With one glance, Qin Xiang could tell that this Dongfang Profoundlong had already sold out his father. Otherwise, his father wouldn't have been captured the moment he left the super martial school, led by the great clan elder. As Dongfang Lingyun laughed, he gave Dongfang Chaochuan another ruthless palm, sending him flying back across, plussing into the wall next to the door. Now that Dongfang Lingyun had fulfilled his wish, he could reasonably eliminate the patriarch, and Dongfang Profoundlong, who sold his father, stood behind the great clan elder with a sinister smile. Tears rolled down Dongfang Jing's face. She saw that after her father was heavily injured, she no longer cared about the promise she had made to Qin Xiang. She took out a relived Dan and placed it in Dongfang Chaochuan's mouth. This caused Dongfang Lingyun and the others to be extremely shocked. This relived Dan was also a precious object in their eyes, but this little girl actually had two of them. Dongfang Lingyun's eyes were hot, his old face was full of jealousy, but just as he was about to take action and H the stone away, Gu Dongqin spoke out. "This is my super martial school's territory. Try attacking again." Gu Dongqin's voice was filled with anger. At this time, he sympathized with Dongfang Chaochuan a lot, especially when his own son stabbed him with a sword. "Humph, other people might be afraid of your super martial school, but our Dongfang family isn't. This little girl stole our Dongfang family's precious pills. I just want to get it back." Dongfang Lingyun said loudly. Qin Xiang had seen many shameless people, but this was the first time he saw such a shameless person. "What right do you have to say that the relived Dan belongs to your Dongfang family?" Qin Xiang asked with a sneer, while at the same time many experts from the super martial school arrived at the door one after another. "Humph, she is just a little girl. Besides stealing, where else can she get her hands on?" Dongfang Lingyun didn't dare act rashly. If they continued to fight, they would suffer heavy losses. He didn't expect that there would be so many powerful warriors hiding in super martial school. "Can't I give it to her?" Qin Xiang sneered. "Huh? With just you? You are willing to give the relived Dan to this girl. Although you may have had an affair, who would believe such a lie?" Dongfang Lingyun laughed, and the other experts behind him all mocked him. "He gave it to me. He gave me 2 pills. When Dongfang Jing saw that her father had recovered, she wiped her tears and shouted, "Ha!" Dongfang Lingyun laughed out loud. "This silly girl has actually learnt to lie. I think it was you who stole it from our Dongfang family." Qin Xiang shook his head and sighed. "Isn't it just relived Dan? I have a bunch. If you don't believe me, you can look." With that, Chun Xiang took out a jade box. He opened it, and the medicinal fragrance rushed out like a storm. The materials needed to refine a relived Dan were equally rare. Even if there were materials, it was hard to say if it would succeed. But inside Chun Xiang's jade box, there were at least 100 or so relived Dan. With so many of them, those old fellows of the Dongfang family had greedy eyes as they looked at Chun Xiang, wanting to snatch them away. The materials needed to refine a relived Dan were equally rare. Even if there were materials, it was hard to say if it would succeed. But inside Chun Xiang's jade box, there were at least 100 or so relived Dan. With so many of them, those old fellows of the Dongfang family had greedy eyes as they looked at Chun Xiang, wanting to snatch them away. Have you not seen the relived Dan before? Chun Xiang laughed and kept the box. It was true that they had seen relived Dan before, but it was still the first time that they had seen so many relived Dan, and it was also the same for Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming. Fortunately, the people who had seen so many relived Dan were their junior masters, so they were not afraid that they would not be able to find them in the future. Of course, to buy the relived Dan from Chun Xiang, he had to pay a huge price. Dongfang Jing, I never thought that you stupid girl would also do something like betraying the Dongfang clan. From today on, you too will no longer be people of our Dongfang clan. Dongfang Lingyun said coldly, but in his heart he was thinking about Chun Xiang's box of relived Dan. After Dongfang Chaochuan ate the relived Dan, he quickly recovered. The effects of the relived Dan were really strong. Such a strong expert was H.I.T. twice after being heavily injured and falling to the ground. He ate one pill and stood up on the spot. And Chun Xiang had a big box of these. Dongfang Chaochuan understood his own daughter very well. He had never expected that Chun Xiang would secretly come and visit his daughter from the way Dongfang Jing looked at him. Moreover, their relations, H.I. plus P was close to each other. If not, he would not have gifted her 2 relived Dan-s. From the eyes of the many experts, Chun Xiang could understand the power of an alchemist. Chun Xiang took out a relived Dan and tossed it in his hands, not putting this incomparably precious relived Dan in his eyes at all. What the H.E.L. are you guys doing here? The Dongfang Imperial Clan's clan chief is here to get even with me. We are all people with status, so he actually dared to openly walk in here to discuss this matter with me. However, in the end, they were not able to come to an agreement and were slandered as a traitor by you all. From what I see, you all want to get rid of him a long time ago. Chun Xiang sneered. He gently waved his hand and threw the relived Dan towards Dongfang Jing, accurately throwing it onto the little idiot beauty's jade hand. Dongfang Jing stopped and placed the relived Dan into the box, causing many old fellows to want to scold him. Since when was the relived Dan so low to actually be casually toyed with and given to others as a gift? Back then, when they were crossing Nirvana Doom, it could be said that they were begging everywhere for pills like dogs. Dongfang Lingyun, the reason why I worried about you previously was because my sons and daughters being plotted against by you, but now, you and I will not rest until we are dead. We will fight to the death, and I will take revenge for today. Dongfang Chaochuan's voice was filled with grief and indignation. He looked at his own son, who was the one who made him the most furious. He was actually stabbed in the back by his own son. There were indeed a lot of people from the Dongfang family. Very quickly, another group arrived, and they were all from the Nirvana stage. They were all very powerful, and this made Dongfang Lingyun even more confident. These people were experts from other continents, and they all belonged to the Dongfang family. They were experts from the other continents that were occupied by the Dongfang family. What do you want? Gu Dongqin took a step forward. His voice was like thunder, full of anger. With so many people surrounding the entrance of Super Martial School, what else could they do? This Dongfang Lingyun actually wanted to take down the Super Martial School by force. Super Martial School colluded with us, the traitors of the Dongfang family, in order to harm our family. We are just trying to take the initiative, kill him, and capture Chun Xiang alive. Dongfang Lingyun roared. Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming both never thought that Dongfang Lingyun would actually make a move like that. In fact, Dongfang Lingyun had also been attracted by Chen Xiang's box of Relive Dan. He felt that the Relive Dan in Chen Xiang's hands was simply expense. Humph, where did this B-A-S-T-A-R-D come from? Don't think that just because you have more people, that is already amazing. An angry voice suddenly resounded like a clap of thunder. That strong pressure made everyone involuntarily bend their knees. Dongfang Lingyun and the rest of the more than 100 Nirvana stage warriors were under an even greater pressure. Some of them even spat out a mouthful of blood and kneeled down, while Dongfang Lingyun laid on the ground, howling under the extremely violent pressure. As long as I, Huang Jintian, am still alive, don't even think about making a move on Super Martial School. Today, I will temporarily spare your dog lives. Your dog lives will be taken by my Super Martial School's younger generation. Get lost now. Huang Jintian's crazed and furious voice shook this group of rankers who thought that they were invincible, causing them to vomit blood frantically. They were extremely frightened. There was actually such a strong person in Super Martial School. Qin Xiang, get your AS in here right now. Why haven't you come to see me? Huang Jintian shouted again. Originally, Chen Xiang wanted to pull out his blade and chop off all the old fellows of the Dongfang family, but he didn't expect that when Huang Jintian withdrew his strength, that group of people immediately ran away. Junior Martial Uncle, take care! Gu Dongqin patted Chen Xiang's shoulder. Wu Keiming also looked at him with sympathy. Huang Jintian was extremely angry. If Chen Xiang went to see him now, it would be equivalent to looking for a beating. Chen Xiang's face was bitter as he ran towards Super Martial Profound Realm. Blood-curdling screams echoed in the sky ditch of the Super Martial Profound Realm's forbidden ground. This was naturally Chen Xiang's scream. The moment he came down, without saying a word, Huang Jintian started to refine everything on him. Chen Xiang refused to admit defeat. After fighting with Huang Jintian for a few moves, he had used all his strength to gain the upper hand and thus felt complacent. However, he never thought that Huang Jintian would go against his principles and increase his strength. After Huang Jintian finished testing his strength, although he did not say anything on the surface, he was still extremely surprised. This was because every time Qin Xiang came down, he would always feel pleasantly surprised. Brat, what's going on outside? Have you caused trouble for the Super Martial School? You are just like your eldest senior brother. You only know how to cause trouble all day. Huang Jintian reprimanded. Qin Xiang muttered, when you were young, you were still like a bird. I am me. I can solve all the troubles I cause by myself. Your senior brother has always wanted me to wipe his TT. Huang Jintian knocked on Qin Xiang's head fiercely. Hurry and tell me, what kind of trouble did you cause to make such a large group of people run to the door to shout and fight? Qin Xiang felt extremely wronged. He really didn't want to cause this trouble, so he immediately told them about the New World and Dongfang Lingyun's ambitions. After saying that, Huang Jintian fiercely knocked Qin Xiang on the head again. Such a huge thing happened 2 years ago. King only told me now. This. Qin Xiang had no choice but to tell Huang Jintian about the demon and devil sinkhole, in case this crazy old man decided to go overboard. At the very least, he would be tormented for a year. A minute, how can we defend ourselves against such a mess? There's even a bunch of ambition dogs. Huang Jintian's expression became heavy. You have to increase your strength quickly. At the very least, you have to pass through the Nirvana Doom and enter the Nirvana stage. If not, you will hide here with me. How can we defend ourselves against such a mess? There's even a bunch of ambition dogs. Huang Jintian's expression became heavy. You have to increase your strength quickly. At the very least, you have to pass through the Nirvana Doom and enter the Nirvana stage. If not, you will hide here with me. Qin Xiang curled his lips and said, I'm not hiding. I have already trained my devil-subduing method to the great perfection stage. Humph, you are indeed quite capable. Although I have reconstructed those mental cultivation methods, I am still unable to successfully refine them. Looks like they are the same as the devil-suppressing kung fu. It's hard to cultivate them. Huang Jintian was upset. He was actually not able to learn a martial arts that his disciple could. This made him very unhappy. Because of the incident with the devil-subduing method, Huang Jintian's mood was suddenly very bad. After sending Chen Xiang away in an extremely crude manner, he began cultivating. After Qin Xiang came up, a day had already passed. Said since that incident, and Dongfang Lingyun didn't dare to have any thoughts about super martial school anymore. If it wasn't for Huang Jintian leaving their lives in the hands of the super martial school's younger generation, all of their 100 people would have probably died in front of the super martial school's doorstep. There could only be one explanation for such power, and that was the power of an immortal. Moreover, he was not a normal immortal. Junior martial uncle, you look pretty good. Gu Dongqin said with a smile. Not bad, your head. I almost went crazy down there. Oh, right. What about the Dongfang father and daughter? Qin Xiang asked. She left. That little girl also gave you a letter. Gu Dongqin Pa S, said the letter to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang sighed, opened it, and written a beautiful word on it. Thank you, Chen Xiang, for giving me such a precious pill, and even helping me and Daddy to get out of danger. Daddy and I will hide away and improve our strength, and someday we will definitely return to the Dongfang family to take revenge. This little fool, take care! Qin Xiang laughed and kept the letter. Little martial uncle, your hands are so long. How could you reach the Dongfang family so quickly and capture this innocent little girl's heart? Gu Dongqin laughed. He admired Qin Xiang from the bottom of his heart. The Dongfang family had only just raised the bounty, yet Qin Xiang had gone there to get along with the daughter of the Dongfang family's patriarch. Qin Xiang glanced at him. Go to the side. Do you believe that I, Junior Master, will smash you to death with my relived Dan? Speaking of the relived Dan, Gu Dongqin immediately became excited. Junior martial uncle, where did you get it from? Back then, when Chen Xiang was in Sacred Dan Realm, he had already known beforehand and brought back a large amount of high-level pellets. Now, there was already a very obvious benefit to it. Don't ask too much. When I'm in a good mood, come talk to me about this matter. I just came back from the old lunatic's place, so I'm in a very bad mood. Qin Xiang snorted and walked out of the super martial, profound realm. Dongfang Chaochuan was not weak either, but compared to the many powerful warriors that were gathered around Dongfang Lingyun, he was still weak. He was not stupid enough to fight Dongfang Lingyun with his life on the line, and was still quite intelligent enough to hide and develop his strength, waiting for an opportunity to strike Dongfang Lingyun ruthlessly. It was already difficult for Chen Xiang to pull himself together after his older sister had betrayed him and lost her power. Qin Xiang was also waiting for the day that Dongfang Chaochuan would rise up in his heart. He actually wanted to see that silly little beauty again. Qin Xiang quietly went to Divine Weapon's heavenly country. He wanted to find Lu Meng'er and at the same time look for the missing Dongfang Xinyue. Hee, you don't have to blame yourself for harming them. If it wasn't for you, Dongfang Chaochuan wouldn't have been able to see the faces of the people around him clearly. Su Meiyao laughed. That's right. I wonder if this Dongfang Xinyue has come to find elder sister Ming. Chen Xiang took out an order badge and successfully entered the palace, which was tightly guarded. Opening the door of the quiet and refined house, Qin Xiang only saw two great beauties wearing simple white dresses, sitting on the lawn. They were frowning as they looked at a drawing that was filled with mysterious engravings. One was Lu Meng'er, the other was obviously Dongfang Xinyue. The two girls met each other as if they knew each other, talked about everything, and quickly got to know each other. Then they studied those profound and complex refining treasure book as together. Chen Xiang suddenly realized that the two looked very similar, They had the imposing aura of emperors. Both had the same peerless beauty and mature charm, and they were also extremely infatuated with array, Tao, and equipment forging. However, when Lu Meng'er treated outsiders, he was cold and elegant, with the aura of an emperor. As for Dongfang Xinyue, no matter who he was to, he revealed an extremely natural gentleness, even though he looked gentle and amiable. However, there was a faint arrogance in her demeanor that could not be seen from 1,000 miles away. Cough, cough. Chun Xiang coughed dryly, waking the two great beauties who were completely focused on the battle. Seeing that Dongfang Xinyue was still in the mood to study the spirit grain, she knew that she had not heard of the huge change in Dongfang clan. Dongfang Xinyue was tricked here by Chun Xiang when he turned into Dongfang Rong. But right now, Dongfang Xinyue did not recognize that Chun Xiang was Dongfang Rong, but she knew that this tall and handsome, mature and steady man was the one whose bounty was placed on them by the Dongfang family. Who is she? Elder Sister Meng'er. Is she your big sister or little sister? You all look alike. Chun Xiang pretended to be surprised. With his thief eyes, he unrestrainedly looked at Dongfang Xinyue's beautiful body, causing Lu Meng'er to secretly scold him. I am Dongfang Xinyue. The Dongfang Yao you killed is my nephew. Dongfang Xinyue said indifferently. Her voice had an intoxicating gentleness. Her beautiful eyes had a gentle glow in them as she looked at Chun Xiang. She blinked once, as though releasing countless electric currents. Chun Xiang's mind rippled, scolding the beauty, but his expression did not change, and he laughed coldly. So you are a traitor of the Dongfang family? Your brother, and you have been expelled from the Dongfang family. What did you say? Say that again. Dongfang Xinyue's jade face was full of anger. Her angry look was not scary at all, rather it was a bit lovely. Warm Moon, let him explain. Lu Meng'er knew that Chun Xiang would not say these words for no reason, and immediately stopped him. Chun Xiang sighed and calmly told Dongfang Xinyue about the incident in the Dongfang family, leaving out the matter of him gifting the relived Dan to Dongfang Jing. In order to confirm this matter, Lu Meng'er even called for a manager elder. That elder spoke the same words as Chun Xiang, which made Dongfang Xinyue extremely angry. I knew that this bunch of old guys would always try to find a reason to expel us from the Dongfang family. That brat Dongfang Profound long for nothing. I treated him so well, and he actually sold out the entire group, Dongfang Xinyue said in anger. Relive Dan, it's even 3 pills. Kid, when did you become so rich? Lu Meng'er rolled his eyes at Chun Xiang. His voice carried jealousy, which the angry Dongfang Xinyue could not see through. Chun Xiang had originally omitted about this matter, but when the elder that Lu Meng'er called out spoke out, he immediately caused Lu Meng'er to roll his eyes. Meng'er, let's continue studying this blueprint. I want to get stronger. I want to make those old fellows regret their actions. Dongfang Xinyue suddenly became full of fighting spirit. Isn't this drawing from my refining treasure book? Chun Xiang intentionally said. Just now, Dongfang Xinyue did not give him a good look, and it made him feel extremely displeased. He also didn't know why Lu Meng'er would suddenly become friends with this Dongfang Xinyue. Their relations, H.I. plus P was so good, and they even shared such a precious spirit grain. Is this yours? Dongfang Xinyue did not know about this matter, but her ATTI towards Chun Xiang had become much better, because she knew that Chun Xiang had given her 3 relived Dan. When she had heard about this back then, she was shocked too. The refining treasure book was left behind by the Dan King, Li Tianjun. And this Li Tianjun was also a strange person. Not only was he well versed in the Tao of pills, he could also travel through many different worlds, leaving behind this extremely profound refining treasure book. The refining treasure book was left behind by the Dan King, Li Tianjun, and this Li Tianjun was also a strange person. Not only was he well versed in the Tao of pills, he could also travel through many different worlds, leaving behind this extremely profound refining treasure book. It was left to me by a senior. Chun Xiang said casually, "How's your learning progress? Can you refine some powerful items based on the content inside?" The Refining Treasure book contains a lot of things, including talisman crafting, formation setting, and artifact forging. If you want to learn, you must first understand those spirit grain and integrate them before being able to use them in a deeper level. Dongfang Xinyue's face was full of excitement. "Oh, right. What kind of powerful things did you steal from the Eastern Profound Realm? Actually caused the spirit energy of the entire Eastern Profound Realm to fall?" Chun Xiang deliberately asked, but Dongfang Xinyue had actually not stolen anything. Sure enough, when Chun Xiang asked about this, she was very angry. "I didn't steal anything. There's a lifeline of spirit energy at the bottom of the Eastern Profound Realm. I don't know what it is like exactly. There are 10 entrances in the Eastern Profound Realm that lead down, and there is an entrance where I live. When I left, something like this happened. Those old guys must have deliberately taken away the Qi lifeline and planted it on me. That's so infuriating." The angry look of this beauty was so cute that Chun Xiang really wanted to anger her again. Dongfang Xinyue did not know about the vermilion bird's remains that were buried deep underground. This made Chun Xiang feel at ease to use it in the future. There was a terrifying fire underneath the Eastern Profound Realm. Even immortals could be killed if they entered. He guessed that no one in the Dongfang family knew about the vermilion bird's remains. "Elder Sister Menger, how is the reform of my death-haunting arrow progressing?" This was one of the reasons he was looking for Lu Menger right now. "How would I have the time to change? I do have a plan, but you know a lot of things that happen after that. I don't even have the time to figure it out." Lu Menger took out the death-haunting arrow. Her beautiful eyes flashed, and she laughed. "How about I help you modify this with Warm Moon and make this thing even more powerful?" Dongfang Xinyue took the death-haunting arrow and looked, then snorted. "This thing is truly damaged, but it is also a pretty good weapon, but its grade is too low. The power that it condenses is too weak. It is difficult to harm powerful people. It indeed needs to be greatly improved." The two beautiful women were both smithing experts, so the things they refined together were definitely very powerful. Chun Xiang had heard Bai Yuyu and Su Meiyao say often that there were many powerful immortal equipment that were made by a group of people in the Heaven Realm. Not only is this Dongfang Xinyue alluring and peerless, she is kind, gentle, and powerful. She is also in danger now, and if I try my best to give her some benefits, it wouldn't be difficult to keep her by Elder Sister Menger's side. This kind of woman must not be let go easily. Chun Xiang calculated in his heart, using the resources in his hands. Forget about a Nirvana stage's artificer. Even an immortal would be able to save him. Sister Warm Moon is really an expert, seeing through everything with one look. Chun Xiang immediately praised, "If you and Elder Sister Menger had worked together to refine it, this death-haunting arrow would definitely be very strong." Seeing Chun Xiang call him Warm Moon Sis, Lu Menger knew that this little scoundrel's motive was not pure, and secretly rolled his eyes at him. Dongfang Xinyue smiled gently. "I have never teamed up with others to refine it, but I have always wanted to try. It's just that finding a good partner is very difficult. Now I have found one. We will work together to refine the best ones, but the materials are too hard to find. Little brother, you have to know, this weapon requires a great amount of energy. If the material is not good and it can't withstand strong enough energy, then it would be a waste." How could Chun Xiang not know? Of course, as far as the vermilion bird skeleton was concerned, it was a material for the D level. If one were to refine such a large skeleton into an immortal weapon, it was unknown how much of it would be refined. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu took out the smallest piece of bone from the vermilion bird skeleton. It was unknown which part of the skeleton was it. In short, it was as big as a bed, and this little bit of bone, to the vermilion bird skeleton, was only equivalent to a strand of hair. How's the material? Chun Xiang suddenly took out a large piece of fiery red bone. The bone emitted a weak yet powerful heat. which shocked the two beautiful women who knew a lot about flames. What kind of bones are these? A dragon bone? But that doesn't seem to be the case. There's no aura unique to dragons. Dongfang Xinhua frowned as she looked at the bone. Her jade-like hand gently caressed it. The bone was as smooth as jade. It felt very good to the touch, and it was a little warm. Can you help me change the death-haunting arrow even more? All that's left are the rewards for the two sisters, Qin Xiang said sweetly. Lu Meng'er was no longer surprised by what Qin Xiang had. He had 3 divine artifacts, and these top-quality materials could be easily compared to those 3 divine artifacts. It's simple for us to have good materials. Let's start now. Lu Meng'er looked at Dongfang Xinhua and smiled slightly. The two beauties had changed into a set of close-fitting clothes that were convenient for work, outlining their curvaceous and charming bodies, making Qin Xiang's eyes constantly swivel above them. Very quickly, the death-haunting arrow was dismantled into pieces. The two women only needed the spirit grain on top and reference the structure inside. Then they started to design the shape. Although this was the first time they had worked together, they had a very close understanding of one another. Qin Xiang suddenly realized something worth being happy about, that Dongfang Xinhua did not have a fire soul, and furthermore, when she saw that purple frost fire soul, she was extremely envious. The quality of the purple frost fire soul was slightly better than the one Qin Xiang had fused with back then. Alchemist and the equipment forger were similar, and they relied heavily on fire. As long as the people from the Fire Divine Palace were still here, Qin Xiang would be able to obtain a lot of fire soulless. According to his knowledge, the Fire Divine Palace above the Heaven Realm had a lot of people who possessed fire soulless, and the vast majority of people came here through plundering. Give her a fire soul. Will she sleep with you for the night? Long Shui asked with a smile. Fuck, don't let your imagination run wild. I'm not that kind of person. And she's not that kind of person either. Qin Xiang snorted. I can't cut it. Dongfang Xinhua was sweating profusely. It was the same for Lu Meng'er. The bones were too hard. Although the two girls were Nirvana Stage's top warriors, they had been busy for a long time, and could only leave behind a small mark. Seeing Qin Xiang looking down on them, these two mature and charming beauties couldn't help but blush. They had actually lost face in front of a little kid, which made them feel ashamed. Seeing these two beauties being tormented to the point that their bodies were drenched, Qin Xiang smiled but did not say a word. Seeing these two beauties being tormented to the point that their bodies were drenched, Qin Xiang smiled but did not say a word. What are you laughing at? What the hell is this? Lu Meng'er charmingly snorted, taking out a handkerchief and wiping her sweat. Dongfang Xinhua was also puzzled for a while. She said in a low voice, This dragon bone is very strong. It should be something like an immortal beast. Little brother, are you deliberately making things difficult for us? Dongfang Xinhua asked gently. That call of little brother made Qin Xiang's bones go numb. Brat, you're purposely playing with us. Lu Meng'er pretended to be angry and asked. Qin Xiang spread out his hands and said, You're accusing me unjustly. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you ask me for help? Can you? Dongfang Xinhua was in disbelief. What if I do it? Qin Xiang laughed. Seeing his smile, Lu Meng'er knew that Qin Xiang had a way. Just as Dongfang Xinhua wanted to say something, Lu Meng'er shouted anxiously, Then why aren't you doing it already? If he did not stop Dongfang Xinhua would have been taken advantage of by this little scoundrel. How much do you want to cut out? Qin Xiang walked over and shook his head. I'm saying, why are you women trying to be brave? Even after all this time, you still can't get rid of them. Why aren't you telling me about it? Humph, we can't get them all out of the way, but you can? She knew that Qin Xiang was not an ordinary brat, but no matter what, his strength was limited. If you can open it, I'll... Seeing that, Lu Meng'er anxiously cut Dongfang Xinhua off and said softly, War Moon, I got my fire soul from this brat. Don't look down on him. Many people who were stronger than him have underestimated him. Now, they are all dead without a single piece of SCR. P remaining. Dongfang Xingyue was shocked. To think that Chen Xiang could actually help someone else obtain the Fire Soul. Her ability was indeed not weak. She anxiously shut her mouth. She knew Lu Meng'er would not casually say these kinds of things. So what? Chen Xiang laughed. How about you be my female slave? Die. Lu Meng'er shouted. She waved her hand and knocked on Chen Xiang's head heavily. Open. You must be joking. Chen Xiang touched his head that was in pain and laughed. Luckily, you were able to say it. Let warm moon be your. Lu Meng'er glared at him with her beautiful eyes. Kid, you're getting more and more dishonest. Dongfang Xingyue wanted to say something, but she stopped herself. She actually wanted to ask Chen Xiang if she could get her a set of Fire Soul, but she knew that it would require a lot of rewards. Chen Xiang thought, what's wrong with that? Hua Xiangyue is my female slave. Hurry, we found a big secret inside the refining treasure book. After we crack it, we should be able to obtain a map. Lu Meng'er urged. Map? The refining treasure book has a map? This caused Chen Xiang to be secretly surprised. The refining treasure book was Li Tianjuan's, and the things left behind by this guy, were they not good stuff? Dongfang Xingyue nodded his head. The profound spirit grain in this refining treasure book isn't complete, but someone has deliberately left some clues inside, which can help us find something even more comprehensive. Chen Xiang also wanted to know the secret inside. He took out the green dragon demon-slain broadsword and fed it to the heaven fire, and then, like cutting tofu, he cut off a small piece of the bone according to the marks on it. This caused Lu Meng'er and Dongfang Xingyue to be dumbstruck. They had spent so much effort and had only made a few scars, but Chen Xiang had easily cut them open. With the green dragon demon-slain broadsword's divine tool coupled with Chen Xiang's powerful heaven fire, he could easily cut apart the vermilion bird skeleton. Furthermore, the vermilion bird skeleton was already taken in by Chen Xiang. It had a high defense. Refining the vermilion bird skeleton was also very difficult, as the vermilion bird itself was a fire-attributed divine bird. So of course the bones would find it difficult to melt. In the end, Chen Xiang had no choice but to partake. 1. Ate and use its heaven fire to melt the bones. The process was extremely complicated. Even Chen Xiang was completely baffled by it. The biggest headache was carving those very complicated spirit grain onto the surface, then sculpting the melted materials with his mind and adding other materials. Some of the materials were even a layer of spirit grain, covered with one kind of material, and then carved another. On top of Chen Xiang's green dragon demon-slain broadsword, there are countless small spirit grain. For example, in a small dot, there was just a spirit grain array, and those spirit grain, not being refiners, had shrunk countless of times. Carved into a dot, the refining process for the divine tool was extremely huge. Chen Xiang felt that if he were to cut open the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, he would see some extremely complex spirit grain, and death-haunting arrows were nothing to these two beauties, especially when they worked together. It would be completed very quickly. In just 2 days, all the parts of the death-haunting arrow were assembled. The new death-haunting arrow was a bit larger than the previous one and looked very domineering. Although the material was fiery red in color, in order to prevent it from being dazzling, it would add something and turn it black. After all, it was used to trick people in the dark. When Chen Xiang held it in his hand, he felt that it was very handsomely made and that its appearance was very beautiful. It was hard to imagine that this was designed by a delicate beauty. Let's give it a try. It should be able to help you use the nirvana stage. Because of the materials, it can condense a very strong energy. Dongfang Xingyue wiped his sweat and looked at the large piece of vermilion bird bone. This would allow them to refine many powerful things, but only Chen Xiang could melt and cut them off. This was also what made them feel depressed. After binding it with blood, Qin Xiang held onto the death-haunting arrow. He secretly channeled his energy, causing the ground to slightly tremble, but very quickly it calmed down. Qin Xiang had released the dragon power, and upon its appearance, the strong energy would immediately create a huge pressure, but it was quickly absorbed by the death-haunting arrow, condensing the dragon power into a black qi arrow. Although it looked like there was no qi, Qin Xiang could feel its power. This is the dragon power. Dongfang Xinyue's beautiful eyes flashed with a surprised light. As she was practicing the legendary Taiji dragon-suppressed Kung Fu, the person who could use the same kind of power as a dragon was extremely surprised, only wanted to test if he could condense his dragon power. After seeing that it could be condensed, he smiled in satisfaction. "Thank you, sisters, for this bone as a reward." He took out the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword and cut it in half. "We can't cut it and we can't melt it. What's the use of saying that we have to come? Would you like to see it?" Lu Meng'er muttered, looking once again at Qin Xiang's green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. Dongfang Xinyue was able to discern something. This blade was extremely powerful, especially those small spirit grain that were flickering on top. Qin Xiang took out 2 pearls that were filled with flames. These were the heaven fire that Qin Xiang had condensed over the past 2 days, and they were all compressed in here by him. Qin Xiang took out 2 pearls that were filled with flames. These were the heaven fire that Qin Xiang had condensed over the past 2 days, and they were all compressed in here by him. "When it melts, use my flame. When you cut it, wrap it around your weapon. It should be enough for you to use it for a long time." Qin Xiang threw the 2 pearls out. The 2 girls anxiously and carefully caught it. Qin Xiang's flame was not strong, but it could melt the bones that made them feel helpless. But this flame looked very normal and nothing special. When Qin Xiang was questioned about it, he also mysteriously refused to speak of it, causing the 2 girls to be extremely curious. "If the refining treasure book find me, come find me. I will be in the super martial school. I will try this." Qin Xiang shook the death-haunting arrow in his hand. After Qin Xiang left, Dongfang Xinyue was filled with doubts. "Meng'er, the husband of your disciple, is really amazing. The blade in his hand is no ordinary thing. Have you ever borrowed it?" Dongfang Xinyue played with the fire-gathering pearl that Qin Xiang gave her. Although the fire inside wasn't very strong, it could melt those bones, which made it hard for her to understand. "War Moon, this brat has a lot of secrets. Although I know a little, without his permission, I cannot speak carelessly. Please forgive me," Lu Meng'er said. Dongfang Xinyue smiled lightly. "It's all right, hurry up and unravel the secret inside the refining treasure book. This little scoundrel actually wants you to be her slave. Too bad, you have to be careful." Lu Meng'er pouted. Dongfang Xinyue's jade face reddened, and she nodded while laughing. He's indeed a bad boy. Qin Xiang's whereabouts were extremely secretive, and he had also mastered a very powerful body transformation technique. If he wanted to hide, no one would be able to find him, so he was not worried about the 10 billion bounty at all. Now that he had returned to the Heavenly Emperor City, he had even changed into that Dongfang Rong's appearance. He was strutting about in the city, and no one would suspect him in the slightest. The Eastern Profound Realm was already sealed up. All the clan elders had been in closed-doors training ever since they returned from the super martial school. They even stopped expanding because they knew that they were not the strongest in this new world. Qin Xiang came back to find Dongfang Profound Long. He felt that this guy was the best candidate for the test, but he couldn't find him. "Captain, why are you still here?" a patrolman said in surprise when he saw Qin Xiang. "Why can't I be here?" Qin Xiang purposely had a gloomy face, scaring the soldier so much that he asked, "H.I. plus Vered. The appearance of a treasure light in the continent of the king is possible because I heard that it's the birth of a treasure. Strange flowers, strange plants, treasures, or even a mortal beast from the sky. In short, young Master Dongfang has brought a group of people with him." That soldier hastily replied, even in this new world, the continent of the king was the largest continent. Adding the devil-subduing college, fire divine palace, and the vain martial cultivators above, these three powers made the continent of the king very famous. Chun Xiang had been staying with the two beauties for the past 2 days, so he naturally did not know anything about what was happening outside. After hearing the news, he hurriedly said through the transmission array and arrived at continent of the king. The fire divine palace was originally very famous in other worlds, and there were also many branch halls. After all the worlds had been fused together, the devil-subduing college and the fire divine palace would become the headquarters, and the frequency of using the transmission array was also the highest. There were people everywhere from the fire divine palace to the devil-subduing college, especially a lot of people from the devil-subduing college, because even if they joined other sects, they could still enter the devil-subduing college to learn the demon-subduing martial arts, so they had the largest number of people. Adding the fact that the Great War between 3 realms was about to arrive, even some of the Nirvana stage were shamelessly staying in the academy with a group of brats to listen to their teacher and learn the demon-subduing martial arts. It was not easy for them to plunder the Fire Soul, if not for the fact that people with Fire Soul were keeping a low profile. Then there would be a few strong cultivators. There were many refiners in the Alchemist, and if they dared to act recklessly right now, it would be very troublesome. Was a little surprised to find that treasure light after some inquiry. It was actually in the BLOODY Thunder Mountain Sea, which was one of the great dangers of the continent of the king. When he and Hua Xiangyue had first entered, he had encountered a great danger. There is a super old sacred land inside there, and there is a dragon inside the super old sacred land. However, even if that dragon comes out, there's nothing to be afraid of. With this many experts in this new world, this dragon will be the safest to hide in. Chun Xiang laughed. As expected, numbers make more strength. The most frightening thing in the BLOODY Thunder Mountain Sea was not the Shuai beastmen and Shuai beasts that were filled with poison, but the type of Shuai that was everywhere without any pattern, to the point where even the Nirvana stage was afraid of them. If it was in the past, Qin Xiang would probably be worried, but now he had nothing to be afraid of. His body was so strong, he still wanted to give the Shuai a hack to see how strong it was. Because a treasure light had appeared in the BLOODY Thunder Mountain Sea, a transmission array had been established in the city of the king. Even without the transmission array, Chun Xiang could use that Luotian gate to directly go to the center of the BLOODY Thunder Mountain Sea. As for him, he was only here to test the death-haunting arrow. At the same time, he wanted to see what other powerful people were inside. The sky above the BLOODY Thunder Mountain Sea was filled with dense lightning bolts that rained down like a torrential rain, enveloping the entire BLOODY Thunder Mountain Sea. Many people had set up tents outside the BLOODY Thunder Mountain Sea, waiting for the lightning rain to end before entering to investigate what was happening. Amongst the crowd, Chen Xiang suddenly caught a glimpse of a very HI plus New York bald head flash. HI, plussing along with the blood lightning in the distance. Chun Xiang squeezed through the crowd and came to the side of the bald man. One look, and sure enough, it was Xiao Chou. Many people were watching the countless red lightning bolts in the sky, hoping to disappear quickly, and it was an extremely spectacular sight. So when everyone was watching, Qin Xiang suddenly extended his hand and patted Xiao Chou's little bald head hard. Xiao Chou was enraged. He turned his head and roared, "Who dares to hit me?" The crowd looked at each other. Chun Xiang had acted extremely quickly, and no one could see who moved the hand. Moreover, no one could hear the sound of the claps of thunder in the distance. Qin Xiang had already become that Dong Fong Rong, and even his aura was extremely real. Of course, Xiao Chou wouldn't be able to recognize him. Seeing the young man's bald head looking angry, but having no place to vent it out, Qin Xiang couldn't hold back his laughter. Xiao Chou clenched his fists tightly and glared at everyone. After being taught by Qin Xiang, He had become extremely obedient. If it was the past, the people around him would have all been beaten to the point of looking for teeth, with bruises all over. The moment Xiao Cho turned around, when he wasn't paying attention, Qin Xiang's hand flashed like lightning and fiercely slapped that S.H.I. plus New York bald head. Who the F asterisk asterisk K hit my head? Come out if you have the guts. Don't sneak around. Xiao Cho roared again, causing Qin Xiang to almost laugh out loud. However, Long Shui had already laughed to the point where he had no heart and no lungs. Everyone felt Xiao Chao's terrifying aura, and inwardly they were angry. Who would use such a childish method to tease the bald youth? In order to prevent Xiao Chao's anger from burning into his body, everyone scattered. In order to prevent Xiao Chao's anger from burning into his body, everyone scattered. Xiao Cho scratched his head and turned to look at the people around him. His eyes, that was BRIMMING with anger, stared straight at everyone's face. He wanted to find out who the suspect was from the crowd, and be toyed with like that, in his eyes, was an insult. Baldy, look here. Qin Xiang suddenly came to his back, and then fiercely slapped that bright skull. BASTARD, I'll kill you. Xiao Cho saw who it was and shouted loudly, throwing a punch at Qin Xiang, but Qin Xiang surprisingly dodged it. After that, he quickly said by Xiao Cho and slapped him. Qin Xiang laughed. Baldy, how can you be so powerful? Xiao Cho was enraged. He stomped his feet fiercely, causing the ground to shake. Everyone was startled and quickly retreated. They could see that a battle was about to break out. Qin Xiang's feet slipped, but he did not rush toward Xiao Cho. Instead, he ran towards the side. Coward, don't run. Xiao Cho roared and chased closely after him. No one expected the bald youth to be so powerful. He looked young, but his voice was loud and his strength was strong. Qin Xiang changed back into his original form as he ran. He only stopped when he entered a forest and turned around when he saw Xiao Chao's strong and violent fist flying towards him. Qin Xiang grabbed onto the fist, the powerful force exploding outwards, but was dissolved by Qin Xiang's Taiji, dragon-suppressed Kung Fu. Master! Seeing that it was Qin Xiang, Xiao Cho curled his lips. I should have long thought that you're the only one who would be so bored. Little Baldy, your Baldy is too eye-catching. I can't help but want to hit him. Qin Xiang laughed. Why did you come here to join in the fun? Xiao Cho rolled his eyes. I'm here to gain experience, Master. Didn't you come as well? I'm here to hunt. Qin Xiang laughed. What hunt? Xiao Cho knew that by following Qin Xiang, he could always do some very exciting things. Are you afraid to enter the BLOODY Thunder Mountain Sea right now? Qin Xiang smiled slightly. We'll leave then. Of course, Xiao Cho wasn't afraid. What's more, there was still Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang brought Xiao Cho and walked into the BLOODY Thunder Mountain Sea that was filled with red lightning. There were countless gigantic mountains inside, and these gigantic mountains were also suffering from the attacks of lightning. But these gigantic mountains were able to absorb the lightning energy and then channel it into the earth, allowing this entire BLOODY Thunder Mountain Sea to give birth to a unique type of spirit energy. Thus, the spirit beasts inside were all very strong, as they cultivated this kind of Shuele energy. Everyone did not expect the little Baldy, who was shouting and fighting just now, to actually follow someone else into the BLOODY Thunder Mountain Sea, which was filled with terrifying Shuele-s. Right now, it was extremely dangerous. People with normal brains would not even go in. After entering, through his sharp senses, Qin Xiang was able to avoid the attacks of the Shuele. If he were to strike down, he would use the heaven-blasting palm to blast away the Shuele that was condensed with great power. The remaining thunder power would become his energy after drilling into his body. Xiao Cho, how long have you been here? Qin Xiang asked. He had come here to look for Dongfang, Profound Long. I came in very early, but I was waiting for the right time to go in, because after such a dense amount of Shuele appeared, there would be a lot of lightning beasts. I came in to find some lightning beasts to gain experience, so I needed to increase my strength. Xiao Cho said in a serious tone. Right now, I am at least in the middle stage of the 100 refining realm. You will have to go to Nirvana stage. Then wouldn't that far Serpa SS me? Chun Xiang exclaimed. Of course, I'm a rare genius in the great strength race. Although Master was stronger than me before, I don't know for sure in the future. Xiao Cho said very naturally. Chun Xiang patted his bald head. I've gotten sick again, just you wait, I definitely won't be outdone by you. Don't forget, I am an alchemist. I am speaking. If everything goes smoothly, it won't take more than half a year. I am already a great strength race warrior. Xiao Cho said in an arrogant tone. If Xiao Cho stepped into the Nirvana stage, it would not be so simple for Chun Xiang to win. After all, the Nirvana stage was a half-immortal cultivator, and after crossing 9 tribulations, he would become a deity. By the way, did you see the Dongfang family come in? Chun Xiang knew that the people of the Dongfang family were very high profile when they were traveling. It could be seen from their clothes. I see. Many people from the Dongfang family, Devil Subduing College, and the Fire Divine Palace have entered. Moreover, they were the earliest ones. Xiao Cho said. The number of Shuel lay in the sky started to decrease. After more than 2 hours had Pa-S said the BL-ODY Thunder Mountain Sea had returned to its original state. Aoo! A series of beast roars echoed throughout the mountain range. He's here. Xiao Cho suddenly became agitated, while Chun Xiang was already flying towards the direction of the voice. Chun Xiang released the Heaven Tour method, and with his fastest speed, rushed towards the direction of the roar, and very quickly he saw a group of people surrounding and attacking a double-headed lion, whose body was covered in blood-red lightning aura. The Shuel Lei double-headed lion is very famous in BLOODY Thunder Mountain Sea. It is a type of lightning beast with a lot of breeds, and is the strongest profound beast with a lot of them. However, that group of people were from 2 different forces, and they were arguing right now. What surprised Chun Xiang was that one of the people on one side was from the Beast Martial School, and he even saw a beautiful figure, Yan Yanran. From the contents of their argument, Chun Xiang knew that because they had discovered the Shuel Lei double-headed lion at the same time, and because they had chased it for a long time, in the end, the Shuel Lei double-headed lion was killed by Beast Martial School, but they did not recognize the other side. Brat, in a bit, it's not a lightning beast that's going to be hit, but a human. Prepare yourself. Chun Xiang snickered. Who are you hitting? Xiao Cho immediately became excited. It seems to be a disciple from the Thunder Heaven School. Chun Xiang had never heard of Lei Tian, so he did not know how strong these disciples were. Thunder Heaven School. I know, it's one of the top 10 sects in the New World. Ranked 3rd. Xiao Cho said. Then what is our Super Martial School's rank? Chun Xiang was curious. There's no ranking. It seems to be the Dongfang families. The top 10 are the Dongfang families, first place. But this Thunder Heaven School must have some power. Otherwise, he would have already been scolded to death by someone with that ranking. Then let's go take a look and see how strong the 3rd rank sect in this new world is. Chun Xiang sneered. There are only 4 people in the Beast Martial School, but there are more than 10 in the Thunder Heaven School. This is obviously our spoils of war. Why should we split half of it with you? Yan Yanran's cold and angry voice was crisp and echoed within the mountains. This is obviously our spoils of war. Why should we split half of it with you? Yan Yanran's cold and angry voice was crisp and echoed within the mountains. We've chased for so long. If this beast wasn't afraid of us, it wouldn't have run for its life. We used up a lot of its energy, so you can easily kill it. A handsome man from Thunder Heaven School said, Don't try to argue with us. We discovered that the Shuel Lei double-headed lion was fighting against this beast long ago, and only ran away if we couldn't win against it. And only when we were chasing after it did we run into you guys. What does it have to do with you? Although Yan Yanran and the others did not have many people, they did not want to be at a disadvantage. The man from the Thunder Heaven School sneered and made a hand gesture. The 10+ people immediately surrounded Yan Yanran and the others. After Chun Xiang saw this from afar, he took out a death-haunting arrow and shot it at one of the Thunder Heaven Schoolers. The black crossbow bolts silently flew over as fast as light. However, the energy gathered on them wasn't too strong. The arrow pierced through the thigh of a Thunder Heaven School man, causing him to let out a howl. Who is the ASSA? Sin? The Thunder Heaven School man was immediately shocked. To be able to silently pierce through his thigh, it was similarly able to pierce through a person's head. Was very satisfied with just one arrow being able to achieve such a result. Chun Xiang and Xiao Chou slowly walked out. Chun Xiang sneered. Thunder Heaven School, right? Did you too rely on your numbers to steal someone's things? Seeing that Chun Xiang had arrived, Yan Yanran was ecstatic and anxiously said, That's right, they are like that, a sect that is rank 3rd in a new world. It seems to be nothing more than dog-s. Hi+T, Chun Xiang. When Chun Xiang was offered a bounty of 10 billion, it was known to many that his portrait was owned by almost everyone. The people of Thunder Heaven School quickly took out the bounty token from the storage magic treasure to compare. It was exactly the same. That's right, I'm Chun Xiang. The 10 billion spar are right here. If you have the guts, come and take it. Chun Xiang laughed faintly, not the slightest bit afraid. To these warriors whose cultivations were not even in the nirvana stage, 10 billion spar S was a huge sum of money. Even the nirvana stage would be moved by it. Chun Xiang was far more precious than the Shuai twin-headed lion that was lying on the ground. The disciples of the Thunder Heaven School immediately looked at Chun Xiang with greedy and malicious eyes. The person who got the 10 billion bounty from the Dongfang family, he should be an unpardonable scoundrel. Attack! The leading man shouted. You bunch of hypocrites. If you want to kill him, then come over here and find an excuse. Chun Xiang said in disdain as he looked at Xiao Chou. Xiao Chou's fists were covered with a golden glow. Seeing that Chun Xiang had nodded in agreement, he stomped his feet hard, and the ground actually cracked. When Chun Xiang appeared, everyone's attention was focused on him, and they directly ignored the bald man, Xiao Chou. However, they were currently shocked by his strength. Just as everyone was in shock, Xiao Chou had already flashed into the encirclement of the Thunder Heaven School disciples, and actually walked right into their trap. However, Chun Xiang was not the least bit worried. If you want to kill my master, you have to pass through me first. Xiao Chou roared. He leapt and descended from the sky, a strange divine power suddenly emerging from his palm. It made people feel as though there was a huge mountain pressing down on them. When Xiao Chou's palm struck down, the range of the palm's power was very wide, and the strong pressure caused the cover to press down. 2 people were actually smashed deep into a pulp, their flesh and blood mixed together with the shattered ground, making them look extremely BL. Oh, do I? With such little strength, you want to take my master's head? Xiao Chou thought that the other side would try to resist, but instead, like a tofu bean, he was slapped flat. Chun Xiang had a disciple of the great strength race. That was something many people knew. However, Xiao Chou gave off the impression that he was a brat and that he wasn't that strong. After Xiao Chou killed the 2 disciples from the Thunder Heaven School, like a berserk leopard, he rushed towards the other person. SMAs. Plussing his fist out, he instantly broke through that person's defensive chi S, plus ELD, and shattered all the bones in his chest. This young man's head was so berserk, shocking everyone present. Even Yan Yanran had her beautiful eyes open wide. You bunch of SCUM. It wasn't that Xiao Chou was too strong, it was just that these people were too weak. When Xiao Chou attacked, he used his full strength. If his disciple was so powerful, then what about his master? The people of Thunder Heaven School were extremely frightened. They did not dare to take the head of their master, and immediately ran for their lives. Seeing that someone wanted to escape, Qinxiang frowned. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky. He was already able to use his own mana to control the lightning element innate chi in his body and create a bolt of lightning in the air. When one's magic power was strong, they could summon the wind and summon the rain. Summoning lightning was also an easy task. If you want to take my head, you have to have some ability. Qinxiang laughed coldly. The lightning had struck him like crazy, and anyone could tell that he was the one who created the purple lightning. However, no one could feel the aura he was releasing. After being struck by the purple lightning, his entire body would only be paralyzed for a short while, and then he would leave it to Xiao Cho to deal with. Leave 2 people alive and tell them to scram back to the Thunder Heaven School. This is the result of bullying any of our sections. Qinxiang warned her. Xiao Cho did as he was told, leaving the 2 of them to run back and then pat his hands. What third sect, if it's a battle between the younger generation, our super martial school will definitely not lose. Yan Yanran hurriedly thanked Qinxiang and the others. On the way here, he found out about the dragon subduing school that Qinxiang was talking about and knew that Yan Yanran was also his fellow sect member. We just came out. There were a lot of people going in at the beginning, but the number of people getting in became fewer and fewer. The people going in are all gone, and we didn't dare to go in. You guys should hurry up and leave this D.A.M. place, Yan Yanran advised. Of course Qinxiang knew that it was strange. The super old sacred land in the middle had a dragon trapped inside. Xiao Cho, you and them will be outside fighting the thunder beasts. Go back. When it's about time, I'll go in and take a look myself. Qinxiang said in a heavy voice. Xiao Cho was originally here to give it a try, so he nodded his head and said, I understand, Master, be careful. Qinxiang did not use the Luotian gate to open up some S.P.A.C. to enter. If there was a huge change in the middle of super old sacred land, it would not be a wise decision for him to suddenly appear there. He told Long Shui to use the Heaven Tour method and go deeper in to see. Isn't this little brat Qinxiang? Why is he here too? Lu Meng'er flew down from a mountain and followed behind her. C725. C725 Lu Meng'er was also surprised that Lu Meng'er and Dongfang Xingyue suddenly appeared. Previously, they said that it would take a while for them to solve the secret inside the refining treasure book. What are you doing here? Lu Meng'er avoided a shuele and slowly floated down to Qinxiang's side. Dongfang Xingyue followed closely behind, like 2 fairies that suddenly descended from the heavens. Looking for treasures. Could it be that you guys didn't know that a precious light appeared here, and that many people came here in search of treasures? Qinxiang asked curiously. He had come here to watch the show, to find some powerful things to test the death-haunting arrow. But the 2 beauties did not seem to know about the appearance of the treasure. As expected, the 2 girls looked at each other and shook their heads. Dongfang Xingyue said gently, We have cracked the secrets inside the refining treasure book and obtained a map. Then we will go to the continent of the king and enter the BL.O.D.Y Thunder Mountain Sea. No wonder you all came from that direction. Could it be that the final target of the map is the center of BL.O.D.Y Thunder Mountain Sea? Qinxiang was shocked. Lu Meng'er and Dongfang Xingyue nodded at the same time. There's a super old sacred land in the middle with a dragon sealed inside. Qinxiang said. Lu Meng'er also knew that he had told her when he and Hua Xiangyue had returned from the super old sacred land. That super old sacred land is very big, right? The map that we got was detailed on the route inside the super old sacred land. Lu Meng'er said. Qinxiang shrugged his shoulders. There's a dragon inside. If I had the strength of all of you, I might be able to take him down. There's no need for you to worry. The warm moon has an array disk that is specially used to deal with dragons. Lu Meng'er laughed. I obtained an immemorial dragon subduing formation. I refined that formation into an array disk which can be easily used. If it's not a critical moment, I normally do not use it because it consumes a lot of best spars. Dongfang Xinhua took out a snow-white disc that was as big as the table, and on it were many complicated spirit grains. An array disc was a type of array formation that could move very quickly. It was a special material that was refined by an array master and used to conveniently carry around. Normally, it was very useful and powerful because there were very few materials needed to create an array disc. Then let's go together. I've been here a few times, so I'm more familiar with this place. Chen Xiang also wanted to see what the super old sacred land was hiding. When Lu Meng'er and Dongfang Xinhua came, they were almost struck a few times. However, Chen Xiang had come a few times, making them to believe him, but they believed him very quickly because they saw Chen Xiang's fist that was able to disperse and absorb the powerful blood-red light, so they were not afraid of this kind of shuale at all. Previously, Yin Yanran had said that many people who went in had gone missing. This made Chen Xiang wonder if there was a problem with the seal dragon's array and people could go in. If that was really the case, then they would most likely be killed when they were attacked by the dragon. After Pa S sing through the BL, O-O-D, Y Thunder Mountain Sea, Qin Xiang and the others came to the central region. What's going on? Why has it changed so much? Previously, this place was filled with large trees, but now it has become a GRA's land. Qin Xiang looked around in shock. The center of the BLOODY Thunder Mountain Sea was a very safe place with many ancient trees that reached into the sky. This was something that Chen Xiang had seen before. Lu Meng'er and Dongfang Xinhua quickly discovered something. They split into two different directions and walked one step at a time, looking at something on the GRA's before looking at the sky. There is indeed a very big illusion formation. It almost covers the entire center area, but this illusion formation is very ancient. Could it be an illusion formation that activates on its own? Lu Meng'er said. Now, Chen Xiang understood why all the people that Yin Yanran mentioned had disappeared and entered the illusion formation. In the middle of this illusion formation is the super old sacred land. Do you still want to enter? Qin Xiang asked. Of course we have to go in. We've all come here. As Dongfang Xinhua spoke, he stepped into the illusion array and disappeared. Qin Xiang and Lu Meng'er were shocked. They anxiously chased after him and went into the array. That's what I'm familiar with. Chen Xiang finally saw those huge ancient trees. It's hard to get out. Look at the back. Although Dongfang Xinhua said that he did not look worried at all. Qin Xiang turned around to look. There was no BLOODY Thunder Mountain Sea behind him. They were all thick and big trees. The people from the Dongfang family are coming over. Dongfang Lingyun, the three elders, and a group of people below Nirvana stage are here. Long Shui suddenly said. The people of the Dongfang family were all trapped here, but he wasn't too worried. Lu Meng'er and Dongfang Xinhua were not weak, and the two girls were both blacksmiths. My two sisters, the people from the Dongfang family are coming, is also here. After Qin Xiang finished speaking, he immediately disappeared. He was indeed worried that he would drag them down, and when Lu Meng'er and Dongfang Xinhua wanted to take care of him, he would inevitably be distracted. Dongfang Xinhua frowned. Her gentle voice was filled with anger. It's good that you are here. Let's settle the score with this old fellow. Qin Xiang was hiding on a big tree in the distance, holding on to the death-haunting arrow. Although the distance between them was more than 300 meters, he could clearly see the two beauties wearing snow-white clothes. Not long after Qin Xiang left, a large group of people quickly walked over. Dongfang Lingyun and Dongfang Profoundlong were walking in front, and when they discovered Dongfang Xinhua, they couldn't help but be shocked. As for the rest of the people from the Dongfang family, when they saw these two beauties suddenly appear here, they couldn't help but stare blankly. However, they immediately lowered their heads when they felt the power exuded from the two girls' bodies. Traitor! Dongfang Lingyun shouted angrily. He obviously knew that Dongfang Xinhua did not take the life vein away, because it was definitely not something that he could take away easily. Although he did not know why the life vein would disappear, it was a good opportunity to frame him. "Old man, you said I'm a traitor. Why don't you take out the evidence? You think I'm a traitor just because of your old mouth? Although I don't really care about the Dongfang family, my contribution to the Dongfang family is definitely not less than yours." Dongfang Xinyue's jade face was filled with anger and grievance. Dongfang Xinyue was proficient in artifact forging and formation, and had contributed a lot in this area. "So what? Take him down," Dongfang Lingyun said coldly. He also knew that the beautiful woman beside Dongfang Xinyue was not weak, but there were 4 of them. Once Lu Menger released the power of the ice wind, a layer of frost suddenly condensed on the surrounding trees. The cold wind howled, and the surrounding 100 meters were filled with snow ice. Seeing Lu Menger releasing such a strong cold qi, the elders all anxiously used their powers to block the cold qi that was attacking the weaker people on their side. Seeing Lu Menger releasing such a strong cold qi, the elders all anxiously used their powers to block the cold qi that was attacking the weaker people on their side. "How dare you touch Warm Moon?" Lu Menger's voice was filled with incomparable majesty and fury, and an even more intense cold qi was released from her voice, causing Dongfang Lingyun to feel somewhat fearful. "Ice Wind Magic Kung Fu. You are Chun Martial Continent, Divine Weapons Heavenly Country's Lu Menger." Dongfang Lingyun had also done a very detailed investigation on the experts in the Chun Martial Continent. Humph! Lu Menger swept the 3 elders with his cold gaze, not a single bit afraid. Sensing the cold qi, Qinxiang also S.H.I. plus Vered his crossbow arrow aimed at an elder who had suddenly stopped in his tracks. He poured his strongest power into the crossbow, dragon power, and devil-suppressing holy power, and the 2 types of power merged together. Through the unique spirit grain above the death-haunting arrow, they transformed into a crossbow arrow made of black qi. He should be an elder who has survived the Nirvana tribulation. Let me see what kind of damage this death-haunting arrow can do to him. Chun Xiang released the arrow. The black arrow flew past soundlessly, but the elder sensed the power of the arrow and immediately released an innate qi barrier. When the arrow hit the innate qi barrier, it dissipated without a single ripple. This is the difference. Chun Xiang sighed. If the arrow had landed on the person who had survived the tribulation of Nirvana stage, it might have had some effect. However, it was like an egg striking a stone to the elder who had survived the tribulation of the 8th Nirvana. What kind of scoundrel dares to secretly attack someone? The elder roared in anger. Chun Xiang had a bright idea and quickly imitated his master Huang Jintian's voice and started to laugh crazily. "You guys, if you don't dare to deal with Super Martial School, then you specifically came here to bully women, right? What's the difference between things like you and the demons in the demon realm?" Hearing Huang Jintian's voice, the faces of Dongfang Lingyun and the 3 elders changed, and they anxiously brought their people to flee. "Dongfang Profound Long, let me give you a taste of my arrows." Chun Xiang aimed at Dongfang Profound Long's thigh and shot an arrow. The strong arrow instantly pierced Dongfang Profound Long's thigh, causing a burst of blood to blossom. Dongfang Profound Long immediately let out a miserable scream. Seeing that, Dongfang Lingyun grabbed Dongfang Profound Long and ran. In the blink of an eye, all the people from the Dongfang family had left. The ice around him started to melt as Chun Xiang walked over with a smile. "These guys were almost killed by my master last time, but now they ran away when they heard my master's voice." Chun Xiang grinned. Who would know if they were killed in a place like this? Dongfang Lingyun and the others did not want to die in such a useless manner. "Do you really hate Dongfang Profound Long?" Dongfang Xinyue asked. "Of course. Who told him to keep deceiving that little fool?" Chun Xiang curled his lips and said, "Of course, Dongfang Xinyue knew who that little fool was. He was her niece, Dongfang Jing." "Oh, right. Why is this Dongfang Lingyun so concerned about Dongfang Profoundlong's life and death? Chun Xiang had betrayed his father, so he might betray Dongfang Lingyun in the future as well. Dongfang Profoundlong possesses the bloodline of the patriarch, so the patriarch can only be inherited by our bloodline. Otherwise, the Dongfang family will meet with misfortune. This is the teachings of our ancestors. Dongfang Xinyue sighed. But who would have known? My brother's 2 sons are both this kind of people. Dongfang Yao stole the ancestral treasure, killed his teachers, and escaped. I want to kill them too. Lu Meng'er said, Why didn't you kill Dongfang Profoundlong with 1 arrow just now? Qinxiang shook her head. I was worried that Warm Moon Big Sis would feel uncomfortable, so I thought it was better not to. The people from the Dongfang family had been searching for a way out of this place the entire time. It seemed like those who had entered were all trapped inside, and Dongfang Xinyue was a master of formations. So breaking this array was naturally not a problem for him, and Dongfang Lingyun felt extremely helpless. He was the most powerful person in the Dongfang family, but he was trapped here in this Ned place. Chen Xiang, why did you give this little idiot relive Dan to Jingjing? You've known her for a long time? Asked. She had heard from Lu Meng'er that Chen Xiang was a philanderer. She only knew how quickly Chen Xiang treated Dongfang Jing. I thought she was cute, so I gave it to her. The last time she pretended to be me in Heavenly Emperor City, I followed her and fought with her. I found out that she was easy to deceive and became friends with her. Chen Xiang said with a serious face, but his mind was thinking about the big rabbit on the stupid beauty's chest. She refused to believe that Chen Xiang did not take advantage of her. She was worried that if this were to continue, even Dongfang Xinyue would be killed by this little scoundrel. After arriving at the center, Qin Xiang took out the Luotian gate and asked with a serious expression, Are you ready? There's an angry dragon inside. After being locked up for so many years, once we enter, he'll definitely attack us. I'm ready. I can use my formation plate at any time. She also wanted to see what that dragon looked like. There weren't many dragons in Mortal Realm, so there were even less who could see it. Lu Meng'er was also looking forward to it, but they did not know that Qin Xiang had already killed a very powerful boa dragon. What is this? When Dongfang Xinyue saw that the Luotian gate in Qin Xiang's hand had many miraculous spirit grain, she curiously and immediately brought her beautiful face closer. When Qin Xiang felt the intoxicating fragrance enveloping him, he couldn't help but turn around, and her lips actually touched Dongfang Xinyue's beautiful jade face. Dongfang Xinyue tenderly called out, covering her face with her hands, her face full of bashfulness as she looked at Qin Xiang. Her face was completely red, and her heart was thumping hard. Qin Xiang being able to kiss the beauty's face made him extremely happy, but he was extremely calm. In order to prevent Dongfang Xinyue from investigating further, he anxiously coughed twice. Cough, cough, this is a powerful treasure that Senior gave me. Are you ready? I will open a door and enter the super old sacred land. As the dimensional door opened, Dongfang Xinyue was quickly attracted by it. This kind of spatial type treasure was extremely rare, and the refining process was extremely complicated as well. Let's go in together because it will close in an instant. Qin Xiang did not wait for the 2 girls to react as he pulled their jade hands and entered the dimensional door. How could Lu Meng'er not see Qin Xiang taking advantage of others? Seeing Chen Xiang's guilty look, she secretly felt jealous, but now was not the time to speak. Entering the spatial gate, they appeared in a pile of ruins where a burst of intense dragon aura could be felt. Dongfang Xinyue anxiously took out the array disc. Just then, a huge blue dragon flew over from the forest far away. Just as Dongfang Xinyue wanted to release the large array, the blue dragon flashed and turned into a middle-aged man dressed in blue. Why is it you again? Brat, are you done yet? That handsome, middle-aged man pointed at Chen Xiang and shouted. The dragon did not attack, but had turned into a human instead. Long Yan shouted angrily and pointed at Chen Xiang. The dragon did not attack, but had turned into a human instead. Long Yan shouted angrily and pointed at Chen Xiang. Brat, what tricks are you trying to pull this time? Every single time. You just have to come for a short period of time before leaving. The corner of Chen Xiang's mouth twitched. This was the third time he had entered, and every time he had not been caught by the dragon, he never expected that the dragon would be filled with grievances right now, and was currently scratching prison. Big brother, this isn't your home. It's also a very important place. Every time I come, I have to avoid you. I feel helpless too. Chen Xiang laughed bitterly. Seeing the thing in Dongfang Xinyue's hands, the dragon said, Is this thing used to deal with me? Dongfang Xinyue and Lu Meng'er were also stunned. They never thought that Chen Xiang would actually be able to speak calmly to this angry dragon. They both wanted to laugh. Chen Xiang, this annoying brat, was even unable to endure a dragon. That's right. If you don't attack us, I don't want to use it either, Dongfang Xinyue said. Although the dragon had turned into a single person and had no intention of attacking, she and Lu Meng'er were still on guard. In order to make this dragon fear him, Chen Xiang deliberately released the dragon power. Yo, dragon power! The middle-aged man was slightly shocked, and what surprised him was not only the dragon power, but also a strange aura, dragon slaying chi. Dragon slaying chi? Chen Xiang was a little puzzled. Long Shui said, after killing the dragon, and then by absorbing the dragon's pearl, this kind of aura will be condensed. Whatever you guys want, just don't disturb my cultivation. The dragon shook its head and leapt into the air, transforming into a blue dragon that flew into the forest. Chen Xiang stuck out his tongue. I didn't expect him to get scared from me. This is a profound realm, and it's very big. Dongfang Xinyue immediately took out the map and looked for the direction with Lu Meng'er. Chen Xiang actually wanted to find the dragon and talk to it to see if he could take it, but that was a little unrealistic. He was currently very weak and felt that he had to win against the dragon. It's very dangerous inside here. There are some places even I don't dare to go to. From the forest came the voice of the dragon. We're already here. Let's go take a look first. If we really can't handle the danger, we can come back later, Dongfang Xinyue said, and Lu Meng'er nodded. You guys have to watch over me. I'm not as powerful as you guys. Chen Xiang spread his hands. Don't be modest. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to get here so smoothly. Lu Meng'er laughed and walked in front with Dongfang Xinyue. A beauty's trouble. Boy, don't be killed by these two women. Your future is limitless. Although the sound was not loud, Chen Xiang and the rest could hear it. It's worth dying with them, Chen Xiang laughed. He was not too worried. After leaving the ruins, Chen Xiang and the two girls found out that they were originally at the top of a huge mountain. Originally, Lu Meng'er wanted to take out the jade lotus frisbee, but there was a strange power in the air that forcefully suppressed the flying jade lotus frisbee. Chen Xiang lightly jumped up into the air. After jumping up into the air, he also felt the sudden pressure, and then, as if he had been ruthlessly smashed by a huge hammer, he fell heavily onto the ground. Now he knew how impressive that dragon was to be able to fly around. Even Lu Meng'er, Dongfang Xinyue, and the others could easily fly around. Let's just obediently walk over. Chen Xiang also looked at the map. The place was still very far away, and this was a very big, profound realm. It was also at the center of the continent of the king. However, he suddenly recalled his promise with Elder Dan. If he was unable to make it on time, he would definitely be despised to death by Elder Dan. He hurriedly took out the Luotian gate, but after trying, he was unable to open the spatial door. Not a small one. Dongfang Xinyue looked at the sky. That's right, there are many powerful formations that cover this profound realm. Lu Meng'er praised. To be able to create such a huge array, not only would all the powerful array masters work together, they would also be set up by a very powerful individual. Hurry up, I still have a date. If I can't make it, I will die, Chen Xiang anxiously shouted. What date? Lu Meng'er asked curiously. Chen Xiang rarely had such a worried expression. Anyway, I missed it. I will be very miserable. Chen Xiang knew that the elder Dan had a bad temper. Lu Meng'er thought of Huang Jintian and did not ask any more. That old madman truly scared people. The three of them increased their pace and started running on the ground. However, Chen Xiang was pulled by two women because he was too slow. Fortunately, his physical body was very strong and was able to withstand the pressure of such a fast sprint. Climbing over many mountains, sing through a large forest, and leaping over a marsh filled with foul air, he was chased by a few groups of demon beasts on the way and finally arrived at his destination. It was a huge lake that was dried up. The map showed that this place was originally made of water. Lu Meng'er brought Chen Xiang to the bottom of the dried-up lake and looked at the map, looking for some markings. Soon, they found a box that looked like it was made of mud at the bottom of the lake. There really is a treasure, Chen Xiang shouted excitedly. It had been many years since someone last came here, and this was something that had existed since the primordial era. Dongfang Xinhua walked over and gently caressed the box that was covered with the weathered soil. The soil outside immediately cracked, and a box that looked like it was made of green jade appeared, releasing a faint green light. Dongfang Xinhua used both hands to carry it. It looked very light, so she walked towards Chen Xiang and Lu Meng. Let's open it and see what's inside. Dongfang Xinhua's face was full of excited smiles, causing her jade face to turn red, making her look extremely enchanting. Just as Lu Meng'er extended his hand out, he was grabbed by Chen Xiang. Let me do it! Chen Xiang's impenetrable. If there was extremely poison inside, these two beauties definitely wouldn't be able to endure it. But he wasn't afraid. Whether it was the poisonous blood of the poisonous dragon or the strange, poisonous, magical corruption gas, they had no effect on him. Seeing Chen Xiang's eyes filled with worry, Lu Meng'er felt a warm feeling in his heart and nodded. When Chen Xiang opened the cover, there was a thick book inside. There was no poison aura, but an extremely oppressive cold qi had suddenly attacked them, and the dried-up lake had suddenly turned into a world of ice and snow. The surroundings were filled with gigantic ice mountains. It was as if they had been teleported to another place, a world of ice and snow filled with cold. This is an illusory magic array. Lu Meng'er looked around, feeling the bone-piercing cold wind that was so real it was hard for her to confirm. Chen Xiang and Lu Meng'er were suddenly struck by the frigid coldness, and their entire bodies SHI plus Vered. Fortunately, they possessed the fire soul. The fire energy released by it was able to dispel the severe cold. Chen Xiang and Lu Meng'er were suddenly struck by the frigid coldness, and their entire bodies SHI plus Vered. Fortunately, they possessed the fire soul. The fire energy released by it was able to dispel the severe cold. Warm moon. Lu Meng'er saw Dongfang Xinhua fall all of a sudden and could not help but be shocked. Even an expert like Dongfang Xinhua could be struck down by this kind of cold energy. It could be seen that this ice and snow was not simple. Lu Meng'er anxiously released the hot air and poured it into Dongfang Xinhua's body, allowing her to gradually recover. However, her face was completely pale and her body was trembling. Dongfang Xinhua was a master refiner. Even though she did not have a fire soul, her flames were not weak. It's so cold, the fire innate qi in my body has been completely frozen. Dongfang Xinhua's delicate body trembled nonstop, causing her to have no choice but to instill more heat into her. Right now, I am just like ordinary people. I cannot use the innate qi at all. Dongfang Xinhua was suddenly terrified and suddenly lost his strength. This was a nightmare for every ranker. Lu Meng'er had this experience before. She looked at Chen Xiang for help, and although Chen Xiang's strength was weaker than theirs, Chen Xiang had always been their savior. What about the bone I gave you last time? Take it out and sit on it. It'll be fine. Chen Xiang knew that the icy cold power was very powerful. If he did not have the heaven fire soul, even his strong body would not be able to hold on. Dongfang Xingyue anxiously took out the vermilion bird bone from his storage ring, and with Lu Menger's support, he climbed up and sat on top of it. The vermilion bird bone was indeed the bones of the Inferno divine bird, allowing Dongfang Xingyue to quickly recover. I almost froze to death. These bones are really good stuff. Dongfang Xingyue gently caressed the vermilion bird bone as he praised. Dongfang Xingyue was now sure that Chen Xiang also possessed a fire soul, and it was a very powerful one as well. Otherwise nothing would happen in this strange world of ice and snow. She was a warrior who had to undergo 8 tribulations in Nirvana tribulations. But because she did not have a martial spirit, she was almost frozen to death. It seems like there's a mechanism within this box. Something like this happened the moment it was opened. Is this a type of test? Chen Xiang took out the book from the chest. This is the secret we sought from afar. Chen Xiang handed the book over to Lu Menger, and after Lu Menger received it, he read it together with him. As the 2 girls watched, their eyes couldn't help but widen. Their beautiful faces were filled with excitement, and after Chen Xiang shouted a few times, they both gave up and sunk deep into their hearts. Chen Xiang couldn't help but look and know that the book in the book was one of the array spirit grayness. The place we are in right now is indeed an illusion formation called the Great Formation of the Freezing Sky. The terrifying icy cold power is not an illusion, but it's an illusion created by the Great Formation. Only the things we see here are illusions, and if we can't break it, we can't escape. Dongfang Xingyue frowned. The method to deactivate the formation is in this book. This book contains many powerful formation methods, as well as a large amount of knowledge and experience in refining immortal equipment. There are even a divine artifact. Lu Menger's chest rose and fell, looking extremely excited. This was actually such a powerful book. Chen Xiang was extremely shocked. He guessed that the refining treasure book was just a small part of this book. How long will it take to break the formation? I still have a date. Chen Xiang anxiously shouted if he stayed here for a year or so, he would be scolded to death by the elder Dan when he returned. We are currently looking for a way to break through the array. There is a method to arrange the array, but there are some other unknown array formations mixed in. According to the book, the nameless array formations are also in this book, but there are too many large and small array formations in this book. It's very difficult to find them. Lu Menger now felt that it was extremely difficult. Let's take a look at the array foundation first, Dongfang Xingyue said. Chen Xiang also moved his head closer to the formation base. He wanted to see what the heavenly winter magic array looked like, but he couldn't understand it because there was only a circle drawn on top of the book, and suddenly there were many dense and messy little spirit grayness inside. If he were to look carefully, however, these spirit grayness had a certain pattern, and it would take a lot of effort for him to understand them. Chen Xiang also had a certain level of foundation for array formations, but he was completely confused by what he saw. No wonder these 2 beauties were thinking about it so hard. Dongfang Xingyue could not leave the vermilion bird bone. He could only drag the dragon bone away. He could not let Lu Menger drag it away, as there might be dangers inside, as Lu Menger was his only fighter. Dongfang Xingyue was like a big boss right now, making her feel extremely embarrassed. S said, on the way there, she gently asked Chen Xiang if he had worked hard. It should be here. Lu Menger, compared to this book, looked around him. Even though he was surrounded by a vast expanse of white ice, and her could determine that. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery changed again. At this moment, the coldness was even more intense. However, the 3 of them were still able to withstand it. Just now, they seemed to have triggered another mechanism of the array, causing them to be at the top of a very high ice mountain. Just now, they seemed to have triggered another mechanism of the array, causing them to be at the top of a very high ice mountain. This kind of powerful illusion was something that even Long Shui, who had a very strong soul, couldn't see through. Chen Xiang turned his head to look, and the surrounding scenery suddenly changed, allowing him to appear in a beautiful valley that was filled with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Elder Sister Menger, where is Sister Warm Moon? Chen Xiang was sitting on the GRA, elegantly combing his jet-black hair. Dongfang Xinhua had already disappeared. She went to break the formation and told me to stay behind to protect you. Lu Menger charmingly smiled at Chen Xiang, his cheeks turning cherry red, making Chen Xiang feel like he was intoxicated by the sight. If not for the presence of Dongfang Xinhua, he would have long ago become intimate with Lu Menger, and this was a good thing. Seeing Lu Menger's charming and seductive appearance, Chen Xiang's heart twitched. He hurriedly walked over and hugged Lu Menger, allowing her to gently hold on to her fragrant lips and her sweet tongue that made him yearn for her for many days, and continued to suck. "Little scoundrel, I missed you so much." As Lu Menger kissed her, she whispered to herself softly and hugged Chen Xiang even more tightly. As the two of them silently kissed in this beautiful valley, Dongfang Xinhua was still at the top of the mountain peak where the cold wind was howling. Looking at Chen Xiang and Lu Menger lingering in front of her, she couldn't help but be shocked, unable to believe that this was real, and her face couldn't help but turn slightly red. The confusion array. They had long since wanted to be like this with their lover. At this moment, deep within the great formation of infatuation, every single thought within their hearts would be as they wished, so they should be in their own fantasy now. Dongfang Xinhua's face became even redder. She did not expect herself to stop this pile of lovers from being intimate with each other. Chen Xiang and Lu Menger were indeed deep inside their hearts and their fantasies. That was why their surroundings became a beautiful little valley. Dongfang Xinhua, the one who was in their way, was also not here, so they could get close to each other. Heavens, what are they trying to do? No, I'm still here. Dongfang Xinhua's heart started beating wildly. Her breathing became hurried, and her face turned even more red, because Chen Xiang had already ripped off the hem of Lu Menger's clothes, and her bad hand was rubbing Lu Menger's snow-white rabbit. The pair of big white rabbits on Lu Menger's chest had already completely jumped out and was being kneaded by Chen Xiang's big hand. Their lips, on the other hand, sucked each other's lips, making sounds of honey being sucked in. The pair of big white rabbits on Lu Menger's chest had already completely jumped out and was being kneaded by Chen Xiang's big hand. Their lips, on the other hand, sucked each other's lips, making sounds of honey being sucked in. Waves of a delicate fragrance gushed out of Lu Menger's jade mouth along with a light groan, as if igniting Chen Xiang's evil fire, causing him to knead even more madly Lu Menger's sparkling snow peaks and grip her pink lotus seeds. Dongfang Xinhua had long since noticed that Lu Menger was very close to her, but she didn't think that Chen Xiang would put her wife's master. She really did not expect that Lu Menger would actually fall for her. If she did not personally see the two of them being so intimate, she would not have believed that Chen Xiang, this brat, would actually be able to capture the heart of such a high and mighty female emperor. If this continues, they will definitely... At this moment, Dongfang Xinhua's mind was in a mess. She could not leave the vermilion bird bone, or else she would be frozen by the icy cold power. Chen Xiang and Lu Menger's lips finally parted. Just when Dongfang Xinhua was about to heave a sigh of relief, she saw Lu Menger's misty eyes filled with L-U-S-T and knew that something even worse was about to happen. Chen Xiang began to kiss Lu Menger's jade neck, and then continued to kiss it. Inside the large array of emotions, Lu Menger was also extremely excited at the moment. Her soft bosom stood up slightly, and when she felt Chen Xiang sucking on it, she couldn't help but cry out. Looking at the chaotic scene, Dongfang Xinhua's face flushed red to her ears. She took a deep breath and anxiously flipped through the thick, refining treasure book looking for a way to break the large array of emotions. Otherwise, Chun Xiang and Lu Meng'er would have done something even more embarrassing. At this time, it was also a test for Dongfang Xinyue. Lu Meng'er's intoxicating moans floated over, every single time striking against her soul. Fortunately, she was a woman, but she only felt a little bit embarrassed. Said, "Found it." After a moment, Dongfang Xinyue's face was filled with joy as she looked at the place that was filled with the color of spring. At this time, Chun Xiang was lovingly playing with Lu Meng'er's beautiful snowy mountain, while Lu Meng'er was looking at him shyly. The duo's bodies were crazily magnified in the huge magic formation, causing them to do things they did not dare to do before. Meng'er is so big. How could she be casually toyed with by a man, and even giving it back for him to bite? What am I thinking? Dongfang Xinyue's mind was in a mess. She could finally see Chen Xiang's ability once again to obtain both his body and mind. Master and disciple. This brat was truly evil, Meng'er had said it before. So that's the meaning behind his words. We're doomed. Dongfang Jing, this little idiot, is definitely enchanted by him. As Dongfang Xinyue thought of this, she looked around and very quickly sensed that there was a very weak power in the distance. This is the source of power of the Great Formation. It should be enough to destroy it. Had already taken off Lu Meng'er's clothes from the upper half of his body, and the cherry blossom on the snowy peak was in her mouth. With a wave of her hand, the innate chi of fire that was condensed from the snow fell onto the source of the energy. Boom! Chun Xiang and Lu Meng'er suddenly felt a little cold. The beautiful valley had already disappeared, but Lu Meng'er suddenly became much more clear-headed, and when she turned her head to look, she saw Dongfang Xinyue looking at them with a flushed face. This made Lu Meng'er's beautiful face immediately flush red. Just as Chun Xiang was feeling satisfied, Lu Meng'er pinched his waist and made Chun Xiang shout out loud. He suddenly saw the scenery around him, saw Dongfang Xinyue sitting on the vermilion bird bone, and quickly realized what had happened. Only now did Lu Meng'er hurry up and put on her clothes and hide her arrogant and tempting Shuangfeng. Warmu, didn't you go to break the formation? Lu Meng'er blushed and lowered his head, asking with a low voice. Dongfang Xinyue turned his head around because Chun Xiang was currently staring at her, causing her to feel an inexplicable sense of fear. I just broke it, or otherwise. Chun Xiang was not that shy. After all, he had gotten addicted to it, but unfortunately he did not continue. Then you saw it all? Chun Xiang pretended to be embarrassed. Said, N. Dongfang Xinyue lightly nodded his head. Even though I don't know how you all managed to get away with it, I won't tell anyone else. Chun Xiang coughed a few times. Sisters, you two better hurry up and break the array, if not who knows what will happen next. It was possible for anything. Dongfang Xinyue was also worried that he would fall into an even more dangerous array. Maybe he would become like Lu Meng'er and her. Little scoundrel, it's useless no matter how we call you out just now. You're really into it. Su Meiao's voice carried jealousy. Although she knew that Chun Xiang and Lu Meng'er were already close, she did not object, but when she looked, she could not help but feel a little uncomfortable. If it was you, I would have also invested. Chun Xiang laughed dumbly. Humph. Dongfang Xinyue said, This is the array foundation. As long as we sense the source of the array's energy, we can destroy it and break it. The formation earlier was the same, but the formation is rather simple and crude, thus I was able to easily detect it. Chun Xiang looked at Dongfang Xinyue strangely, as if he was reprimanding him. Humph, little scoundrel, don't let your imagination run wild. Lu Meng'er lightly pinched Chun Xiang and snorted. Of course she knew that Chun Xiang was blaming Dongfang Xinyue for spoiling his good fortune. Elder sister Meng'er, Xian Xian, already knew about the relations. I plus P between you and I. She's not stupid, she knew it long ago. Chun Xiang curled his lips and said, What? She actually already knew about it. Lu Meng'er's eyes opened wide. Her jade face flushed red again. Xue Xianxian had pretended that she did not realize it, which meant that she acknowledged him. She did not know how to face Xue Xianxian, which was why she had always had a stone in her heart, but now she did not need to worry at all. This sudden joy was accompanied by many complex emotions. Don't think too much into it. Let's first break the formation. Chen Xiang caressed her face and smiled. His smile was rather sinister, causing Lu Menger to spit on it. The source of the formation energy is nearby. There's a very weak spot. Once it's sensed, it can be destroyed and destroyed. Dongfang Xinyu said. He then flipped through the book and continued. Menger, come over here and take a look. Chen Xiang didn't know what to do now, so he could only lie on the ice and indulge in the fantasy while looking at the two beautiful girls. Chen Xiang didn't know what to do now, so he could only lie on the ice and indulge in the fantasy while looking at the two beautiful girls. Little scoundrel, you're so hungry. Do you want this dragon to help you? Long Shui suddenly laughed. Sure. Chen Xiang immediately replied. He had always been thinking about the young girl's complexion and the devilish body of a beautiful dragon. You wish. Long Shui teased. Wait for a day when this dragon is in a good mood. Maybe it can. This little dragon girl's laughter was filled with boundless charm, causing Chen Xiang to be unperturbed in his heart. Without the blueprint for the array, I'm afraid we won't be able to find the base. However, even with the blueprint, it would be very difficult to find the weak point to break the array. Lu Menger said. The two girls continued to A lies the freezing sky illusion formation. But Chen Xiang had no choice but to condense a creation divine liquid. It would not be bad for him to have more of these things. After a few days, the two girls finally found the place that broke the formation through the complex array blueprint. That weakness was very small, only as big as a needle, but it was still found by them. I'm going to attack the eye of the formation. Prepare yourself. Lu Menger said. Using her powerful innate qi, she condensed a thin needle and waved it, releasing it out, piercing into the needle-sized weakness. They appeared at the bottom of the dried-up lake. However, Dongfang Xinyue's face was filled with pain. Her face was pale white, and her cherry lips had turned a deep purple. It was obvious that she had been poisoned. Cold poison. The icy cold power in the Great Frozen Cloud art had developed a type of cold poison, and after the Great Formation was broken through, it entered my body. Dongfang Xinyue said weakly. It looked like he was about to collapse. Bai Yuyu said anxiously, It's the ice soul devil poison from the demon world. This poison is only present under the magical corruption gas S, and it has a spiritual nature, which is used to seep into the bodies of those who do not have fire soul. Once someone dies from the poison, they will be able to devour the energy within their body and then slowly grow stronger. What should we do? Is there any hope? Chen Xiang asked anxiously. If my sister was here, perhaps there would be a way. Bai Yuyu suddenly shouted. Yes, let her fuse with the fire soul. Su Meiyao sighed lightly. Give her the purple fire soul that you extracted from Timing. I don't have the use of it right now, and furthermore, I'm not worried that I won't need it in the future. Lu Menger's hand, which was holding Dongfang Xinyue's, was able to release a large amount of heat, but it was only able to alleviate for a bit. Chen Xiang took out the purple fire soul that contained the pearl. This purple fire soul was extremely expensive. He had originally planned to give it to Su Meiyao, but now that he wanted to use it to save people, he could only take it out. This is the purple fire soul. Elder Sister Menger, help her fuse it. Chen Xiang handed over the purple glowing pearl. Lu Menger was stunned. Chen Xiang actually carried this thing with him. This was the purple fire soul, even in the heaven realm. It was enough for people to rob it from him. Dongfang Xinyue originally thought that she was dead for sure, but when she saw Chen Xiang take out the purple fire soul to save her, she was incomparably touched. She was very clear on the value of the purple fire soul, but Chen Xiang was very straightforward to use it to save her. Not only was he able to live, He was even able to obtain the fire soul that she yearned for day and night. Lu Meng'er smashed the bead, using his consciousness to control your tyrannical fire soul, and let it enter Dongfang Xinyue's body. Dongfang Xinyue knew that fusing with the fire soul would be extremely painful. If she had a choice in the past, she would rather endure 10 times the pain for the sake of obtaining the fire soul. You have experience with this. You should guide her to fuse with the fire soul. It is faster than trying to figure it out for herself. Chun Xiang came to Dongfang Xinyue's side and roughly pinched her tightly shut small mouth, then stuffed in a piece of earthly fruit. When fusing with the fire soul, the pain of eating an earthly fruit would lessen by a lot. Last time at the sacred Dan realm, Yun Zhu was like this when fusing with the earthly fruit. He wanted to confirm something. With regards to the experience of fusing with the fire soul, Qin Xiang was much more experienced than the two great beauties in the mortal realm. After eating the earthly fruit, Dongfang Xinyue no longer felt that much pain, but there was still some pain. When fusing with the fire soul, you still need to avoid any conflicts with the congenital Kung Fu soul in your body. The fire soul needs to be completely merged with you, including your soul. Chun Xiang said. Lu Meng'er began to recount her experiences while fusing with the fire soul, as well as some things that caught her attention. Dongfang Xinyue's speed of fusing with the fire soul was extremely fast, which was outside of Chun Xiang's expectations. S face was now very healthy, red, and attractive, making people want to take a bite of him. Thank you, little scoundrel. Dongfang Xinyue laughed gently, his eyes full of grat. 1. Tud. This fire soul is truly very precious. I really don't know how to repay you. Be my slave. Chun Xiang laughed. This made Lu Meng'er stomp his foot hard. Be more honest. Lu Meng'er glared at Chun Xiang with her beautiful eyes. Dongfang Xinyue smiled lightly. That charming smile was extremely intoxicating. If I become your female slave, Meng'er will definitely be jealous. War Moon, don't listen to this brat's nonsense. Lu Meng'er was a little worried that Dongfang Xinyue would agree. After all, there was Hua Xiangyue as a precedent, and Qin Xiang was extremely mysterious. But I have to repay him. I can't take his fire soul for nothing. Dongfang Xinyue was really serious now, which made Chun Xiang's heart jump. He was joking to begin with, but if Dongfang Xinyue had agreed, he would have profited immensely, exchanging a fire soul for such a beautiful, powerful slave like her. It had to be known that when he obtained the fire soul, it was very easy, as he could make a lot more in the future. Ahem, I was just joking. Elder sister War Moon, please don't take it seriously. Although Chun Xiang said that, he actually liked Dongfang Xinyue taking it seriously. He thought that if he could bring Hua Xiangyue and Dongfang Xinyue, the two beautiful female slaves, to serve him in the future, that feeling would explode from the bottom of his heart. Dongfang Xinyue was originally on the verge of death, suffering from the cold poison's torture. She was already in despair. But Chun Xiang suddenly saved her. Not only did she not die, she even received a purple fire soul. Dongfang Xinyue had deeply felt the true meaning of these words. She had started to understand why Lu Meng'er had been captured by this little scoundrel, Chun Xiang, both physically and mentally, because Chun Xiang was really capable. Master-servant contract, and it's a life and death contract. Long Shui suddenly shouted. A ray of white light shot out from between Dongfang Xinyue's brows, entering Chun Xiang's soul. Was stunned, Lu Meng'er was also extremely shocked. A contract was also a form of a ray. It was extremely strange, and master-servant contract was indeed the simplest, but also the most powerful type of contract, especially this type of life and death contract. You gave me my life. From now on, let me protect you. Dongfang Xinyue smiled sweetly and called out, Master! Seeing the beautiful female slave being so obedient, Chun Xiang felt like he was dreaming. Seeing the beautiful female slave being so obedient, Chun Xiang felt like he was dreaming. This is too much of a joke. Chun Xiang took a deep breath. He could not believe that master-servant contract was real. Sometimes women would squirm and squirm, but when they were refreshed, they made people shocked, just like when Dongfang Xinyue was in his current state. Lu Meng'er only let out a light snort. It was already too late for her to stop him, so it was useless to say anything now. Master, although I'm your slave, that doesn't mean you can do anything to me. Dongfang Xinyue smiled gently. It was a smile that was extremely ambiguous. Master, don't bully this slave. Chun Xiang wanted to bully her, but he needed strength to do so. This beautiful female slave was much stronger than him. Hua Xiangyue was charming and beautiful. Dongfang Xinyue was gentle and lovely, and to have these two beautiful female slaves, Qin Xiang would definitely cause others to be jealous to death. But until now, only a few people knew about it. Meng'er, are you jealous? Dongfang Xinyue stuck out his tongue and laughed. No. Yeah, a little, but you're not his first female slave. There's another little demoness who's much stronger than you. Hua Xiangyue was not one bit inferior to this Dongfang Xinyue. Just when she wanted to find out more about her sister, that she had never seen before, the dry lake suddenly shook, and a loud sound of tidal waves could be heard. A large amount of water suddenly rushed out from an unknown place, and rushed towards the center from both sides of the lake. Hurry up! Lu Meng'er cried out in alarm as he and Dongfang Xinyue dragged each other and left the bottom of the lake at their fastest speed. Just as they ran away, a huge black hole suddenly appeared where they stood. The water that had always been Russ. Plussing into the hole from both sides, formed a whirlpool, spinning crazily. Standing on the surface of the lake, it looked like a giant beast was crazily devouring the lake. Fortunately, Lu Meng'er and Dongfang Xinyue were very fast. They were able to leave the bottom of the lake, and just as they heaved a sigh of relief, pieces of flaming stones suddenly fell from the sky, and every boulder was as big as a small mountain. The huge rock was burning with raging flames as it landed heavily on the ground. It exploded into a wave of scorching qi and waves of tremors. The rumbling sounds were incessant, as if the earth was roaring. That dragon is right. This place is really dangerous. There are powerful formations everywhere. Dongfang Xinyue said as he frowned. He then waved his hand and shattered a gigantic meteorite that was falling down from above. Seeing those fragments falling like countless meteors, Qin Xiang felt that they were not an illusory magic array, but a genuine meteorite from another world. Lu Meng'er and Dongfang Xinyue pulled Qin Xiang and ran. If they continued to stay here, they would be killed by those unknown formations. These formations should all be from the Divine Book. I think that someone must have stayed here for a very long time and even learned to set up the formations on it. That's why there are so many strange and powerful formations here. Dongfang Xinyue looked behind him at the place that seemed to be filled with countless natural disasters. His heart still had a lingering fear. This was a world of array formations. When they saw the ruins, they heaved a sigh of relief. Although this place had a dragon, it was much safer than the terrifying place they had come from. Dongfang Xinyue took out a 2-story wooden chest and placed the Divine Book on the top shelf. This was a copy she made. It could be quickly copied. Meng'er, I originally wanted to give it to you. Dongfang Xinyue only wanted to enter a dungeon, and the many array formations inside were enough for her to learn for a very long time. Qin Xiang also wanted to learn, but he had a headache thinking about those countless spirit grain. Furthermore, with his young age, it was difficult for him to study these complicated things. Furthermore, his current strength was still very weak. It would be difficult for him to control the large array. Sister Wormmoon, do you know what female slaves usually do for their masters? Qin Xiang asked with a smile. What do you want to do? Dongfang Xinyue thought for a bit. Her beautiful face was at a loss, and she shook her head. When I sleep, you have to warm my bed. You have to coax me to sleep. When I shower, you have to help me scrub my back. The best would be to bathe together with me. As Qin Xiang just finished speaking, he felt Lu Meng'er emit a burst of ice-cold aura, causing him to quiver. This female slave is too strong. You can't control her. She is temporarily under my control. I will help you train her well, Lu Meng'er said with a serious face, making Chen Xiang secretly look down on her. Dongfang Xinhua laughed. Yes, madam. Chun Xiang sighed in his heart. He felt that if he wanted to truly obtain the two beautiful female slaves, he had to first make Lu Meng'er submit to him. Warm Moon, Xiang Yue. Hee, it seems like you are born to be this young master's female slaves. Chun Xiang laughed lowly. What? Hua Xiangyue is your female slave, Dongfang Xinhua exclaimed. Yeah, she's the same as you. She also has master-servant contract like me, but it's just that she's temporarily not under my control. Chen Xiang looked at Lu Meng'er in displeasure. Didn't I worry that you guys would play with fire? With your little strength, you will definitely be tormented to death by a little demon like Hua Xiangyue. As Lu Meng'er said that, his face couldn't help but turn red, and his voice became much weaker. Those who train in innate qi, when men and women combine, they will unknowingly enter a strange state. No matter how head-on their innate qi is, when combined it will always be perfectly compatible. But when the difference is huge, it will bring a great deal of harm to the weak. Chun Xiang looked at Dongfang Xinhua, and Dongfang Xinyue's jade face was also red. She nodded. This is real, you don't know? Chun Xiang shook his head. No one told me. Now you know, this is called dual cultivation, Lu Meng'er said in a low voice. Chun Xiang now understood why Lu Meng'er and Hua Xiangyue always tried to find an excuse not to let him eat them. Then why didn't Xian Xian and I notice it when we were doing it? Chun Xiang asked again, causing the two girls' faces to turn red again. They had lived for so long, yet they had never enjoyed such a feeling. You and Xian Xian, do you do it often? Lu Meng'er's blush had already spread all over her jade neck. It was indeed very embarrassing. Sing for her master to ask about this sort of thing about disciples. No, it was just one night, sigh. Chun Xiang sighed. It happened before you knew it. Of course you wouldn't feel it, and it was only for one night. Lu Meng'er looked bashful as her voice became softer. Cough, cough, it's time to leave. Chun Xiang felt that the atmosphere was extremely awkward. He anxiously changed the topic and shouted towards the forest. Old dragon friend, do you want to go out for some fresh air? Chun Xiang suddenly felt that this blue dragon was not bad. If he could befriend it, then he would have an even more powerful backer in the future. If I don't go out, the situation outside will be over. It's safer for me to hide here, the dragon had answered. Coward, Chun Xiang snorted. Humph, at least I'll live longer than idiots like you who aren't afraid of death. The dragon disdainfully said, Hurry up and F***K off. This is so noisy. They're all young people. Yet they say such shameful things. How shameless! Lu Meng'er and Dongfang Xinhua had become even redder after hearing what the others had said, but Chun Xiang was fine. On the contrary, he was still indignant. Lu Meng'er and Dongfang Xinhua had become even redder after hearing what the others had said, but Chun Xiang was fine. On the contrary, he was still indignant. D.A.M. And you dragons, don't you all have different surnames? You even have the right to criticize us. Chun Xiang's face was unconvinced and shouted. Just because dragons like to mess around, demon beasts with dragon's blood gave Chun Xiang a bad impression. Don't compare me with those blee dragons. Dragons with low status like us are all very clean. The dragon was also unwilling to accept this, but I've evolved from snake to dragon. Although I've fully transformed into dragon, I'm different from those blee dragons. Long Shui was currently very angry. As a stately imperial dragon race, he was actually looked down upon by this kind of inferior dragon. The world of dragons was similar to the world of humans. They were divided into different ranks and despised each other. Little scoundrel, scolding him to death is so infuriating. Long Shui crazily roared from inside the Yaoyugong. Isn't it just that my luck is a bit better? That I can transform into a blue dragon? What's there to be arrogant about? Just wait for me to grow up. Then I can smack him to death with a single claw. Qin Xiang laughed, spinning the circle on the Luo Tian gate, opening a spatial door. Old dragon, my name is Qin Xiang. I will come and play with you often. As Qin Xiang said that, he pulled the two women and walked into the spatial gate. As they disappeared, Qin Xiang heard the voice of the dragon. My name is Lan Tsang. Next time don't bring a woman. After leaving the super old sacred land, they appeared in the forest filled with giant trees. The illusion formation here was still there, which meant that the people of the Dongfang family were also here. Hurry up and leave this D.A.M. Ned place. It seems like the treasures here will only attract people to play with their lives. Chen Xiang once again turned the Luo Tian gate, and just as the dimensional door opened, a strange transparent qi suddenly attacked. The S.P.A.C. gate disappeared, and the surrounding S.P.A.C. was filled with all sorts of oppressive energy. This is the S.P.A.C. Warcraft. Long Shui suddenly shouted out anxiously with fear in his voice. This kind of thing grew up in those oppressive S.P.A.C. tunnels. It's very powerful and can even make S.P.A.C. chaotic. Now that all the mortal realm S have fused together, the spatial tunnel has disappeared. The location where the S.P.A.C. Warcraft exists is becoming smaller and smaller, which is why they have appeared here. Following the start of the Great War between three realms, the S.P.A.C. has become more and more unstable, allowing these things the chance to come into the human world. Chen Xiang anxiously pulled the two girls. They were monsters that knew how to use spatial energy, and just as he was about to pull Lu Menger and Dongfang Xinyue, they suddenly disappeared. Elder Sister Menger, Sister Warm Moon. Chen Xiang anxiously roared, but his voice was resounding all around. Little naughty dragon, have you discovered where they are? Qin Xiang asked anxiously. No, but don't worry, they are still here. They were only screened by the S.P.A.C. Warcraft, which means that the S.P.A.C. Warcraft has to eat. It means that by seizing this S.P.A.C., it will be able to sense the stronger people in here and then separate them from the weaker ones. Long Shui said. And then, eating. This made Chen Xiang even more anxious. Then just wait for the S.P.A.C. Warcraft to be killed. This S.P.A.C. Warcraft is not very strong, otherwise it would not hide in fear. Lu Menger and Dongfang Xinyue are both very strong. You don't have to worry about them. At first, Qin Xiang did not understand why Long Shui made him worry about him. But he quickly received his answer because he suddenly felt that the S.P.A.C. in front of him was SHI plus Ding, and when he stopped he saw that there were a lot of people around him with faces full of fear and confusion. You weaklings have been gathered here. If the S.P.A.C. Warcraft can successfully eat those powerhouses, you will become its snacks. Long Shui laughed tenderly. No wonder that stupid dragon didn't dare to come out. He actually knows that there are S.P.A.C. Warcraft outside. It could be because the S.P.A.C. Warcraft appeared that activated the super old Sacred Lands Array formation, causing the BL.O.D.Y. Thunder Mountain Sea to be shrouded in a large array. This way, the S.P.A.C. Warcraft would have a hard time leaving the illusion array. Bai Yu said, this is the weak point in S.P.A.C. The one who set up the formation back then had thought everything through. Isn't that Qin Xiang? Pairs of greedy eyes suddenly stared at Qin Xiang. This was a 10 billion spar. It was just like how they appeared in front of them. If they teamed up and killed Qin Xiang, they would split it among themselves. Dongfang Profoundlong's leg was previously broken by the death-haunting arrow, but now he had recovered. If he could kill Qin Xiang, he would have even more prestige in the Dongfang clan, which would help him improve his position in the Dongfang family. The people here were all from below Nirvana stage, and the people above Nirvana stage were all taken away by the S.P.A. Sea Warcraft through teleportation. All of you, come at me one at a time. Chen Xiang was not afraid at all. Clenching his fists, his dragon power appeared and the ground trembled. The surrounding trees immediately cracked, and those who had thoughts were immediately terrified. They quickly gave up on the idea. Not only did they not go up, they backed off, and the place Qin Xiang was in became an empty area, with over 3,000 people surrounding him. To the people of the New World, there were not many of them, but most of them were pretty strong. Looking at the clothes these people were wearing, most of them were from influential powers, and they all came together. Most of them belonged to the Devil Subduing College and Fire Divine Palace, and most of them belonged to the Dongfang family. Seeing the terrifying dragon power on Chen Xiang's body, everyone whispered to each other. Everyone already knew about Chen Xiang cultivating the Taiji dragon-suppressed Kung Fu. To be able to spread such a name in the mortal martial realm, he must be powerful. If he did not have any ability, it would be difficult to defeat Qin Xiang. Many people did not dare to take action, but there was still a small number of people who were ready to make a move. These people were all very confident in their own strength, and most of them were geniuses from large sections. That's disappointing. Let me do it. Although our sect is ranked second in this new world, our strength is definitely not just second. A man dressed in a luxurious golden attire slowly walked out from the crowd, holding a dazzling sword in his hand. This man was extremely handsome. He had a faint smile on his face, and his demeanor was refined and refined. The moment he appeared, a few women looked at him with adoration. The gold-armored sword sect is ranked second in the New World. It is very impressive with the sword, and the leader is also a very amazing refiner. It is said that he is stronger than Dongfang Xinhue. A person in the crowd exclaimed. Chapter 733. Whoever bullies who. Chapter 733. Whoever bullies who. Earlier, Qin Xiang had already chased away the third-ranked Thunder Heaven School. He did not expect to meet a sect ranked second. Lu Xianqing, their young master Dongfang, and the people from the number 1 sect are all here. How can you steal the limelight from others? Someone shouted. Lu Xianqing was the person from the Jin Hao Jian faction, so naturally he had never heard of Lu Xianqing before. However, he knew that this name should be very resounding in the New World, and it was far inferior to his. Sure enough, when the crowd heard this name, they all cried out in alarm. It's that person who obtained the Jin Hao Jian faction's number 1 treasure sword. It is said that the golden greatsword in his hand was left behind by the ancestor of the Jin Hao Jian faction when she ascended through the Nirvana tribulation. It is an existence similar to an immortal weapon. If we were to auction it, it would at least be worth 8 or 9 billion spar. It wouldn't be difficult to raise it to 10 billion. This should be the first sword attack of this new world. Seeing that everyone was discussing about the gold-plated sword, Lu Xianqing had a face full of pride. He looked at Dongfang Xianlong from the Dongfang family and smiled slightly. Brother Dongfang, if you also want this 10 billion bounty, when you defeat me, I will give it to you. This Lu Xianqing spoke, so casually as if he could beat Qin Xiang. His expression of confidence did not make anyone sick. If they killed Chen Xiang, not only would they be able to obtain 10 billion spar, they would also be able to become famous throughout the world. Lu Xianqing slowly pulled out his sword, the sword body releasing a piercing cold light, a sharp killing intent accompanied with the sword body trembling and Gus. H.I. Plussing out, causing everyone to feel even more shocked by the top sword in the New World. This was a treasured sword that had been pass, set down for many years, and had drank the blood of many strong warriors before, so the number of people who died under it would definitely be many. I am Lu Xian from Jin Hao Jian faction. Really? Who cares about your name? As Chen Xiang said that he punched the air, the power of the fist gushed out. Russ. H.I. plus-ing towards Lu Xianqing, while the ground followed the force of the fist, with a crackling sound, it exploded, as though it was pierced by a dragon. Lu Xianqing was infuriated. He faced the incoming force and thrusted her sword, causing the sword qi on the tip of the sword to surge out. A powerful burst of golden innate qi poured into the gold hero sword, and on the sword's body that was radiating a cold light, it suddenly flashed with a gold light, and the innate qi released out from the sword became even more powerful. Wang! The golden, great sword vibrated slightly. The melodious sound was so enchanting that it made people feel that it was even more precious than the golden greatsword. After Qin Xiang threw out his punch, he rushed up and wrapped his fists with the body of the Ji, D of slaughter. Deicide hand, whatever treasure sword and immortal sword they were all nothing in front of this white tiger divine weapon. The innate qi rushed into the deicide hand, causing Qin Xiang's claws to become even more powerful, as though he could grab onto and shatter everything in the world. Seeing Qin Xiang's hand suddenly filled with a fiendish aura, everyone could not help but feel chills down their spines. Although Lu Xianqing was shocked, he reacted very quickly. H.I. plus ing towards Qin Xiang. The sword left behind a gorgeous beam of golden light in the midst of the hurried, killing intent. An aura even more powerful than the killing intent shooting out from the sword seemed to be able to cut through S.P.C. This was Lu Xianqing's powerful sword strike, but it was not as powerful as everyone thought. This was because the long sword that was glowing with golden light had fallen into Qin Xiang's hands and was firmly held there by Qin Xiang. That unfathomable grab made it hard for everyone to understand. It was as if Qin Xiang's hand was born with an attraction and sucked Lu Xianqing's sword over, allowing him to grasp the timing and strength extremely accurately. The most shocking thing was that this #1 treasure sword in this new world would actually be grabbed by someone else. Shame! This was the shame of the #1 treasure sword in the new world, the shame of the Jin Hao Jian faction. Lu Xianqing was immediately enraged. His refined white face was filled with killing intent. The veins on his face bulged, making him look extremely sinister because he knew that he had destroyed the sword's reputation. Just as everyone was feeling extremely shocked, Qin Xiang's big hand that was covered in white gloves suddenly flashed with a white light. The berserk, draconic strength rushed out, and everyone seemed to be able to hear the roar of a dragon. Ding! A crisp sound rang through the air. Everyone was stunned, as if time had stopped. That golden sword had been broken. The #1 sword in the entire new world was broken by Qin Xiang, just like that, causing Lu Xianqing to be completely dumbstruck. This was the Jin Hao Jian faction's most valuable treasure, and it was only because he had extraordinary talent that he was awarded with the usage of it for 100 years. Although it was only the first level of devil subduing method, it was created using the draconic strength. With its might that could cover the entire sky, Qin Xiang, who was in a daze, was struck until he did not know his own direction, and his head was smashed into the ground. Sword Destroyer lost miserably, while Qin Xiang only revealed a few moves. Everyone originally thought that Lu Xianqing was just using his treasured sword to bully others, but now, in fact, Qin Xiang bullied others even more. After thinking about it, he felt that it was extremely cruel to use such a divine item to break someone's lifelike thing. However, he liked to deal with these people who wanted to take his head. My head is here. Whoever wants it can take it. Qin Xiang held the broken golden great sword in his hand and released a berserk, draconic strength. Using the deicide hand, he twisted the sword into a ball and fiercely smashed it into the ground, creating a huge pit. When everyone saw Qin Xiang's pair of calm but murderous eyes, they could not help but H.I. plus ver. Take his head. Forget about his head. Whether he could even touch her hair was one thing. Lu Xianqing's strength was probably strong enough, with a powerful treasured sword, but he was slapped by Qin Xiang until he was like a dog eating SHI plus T, who would dare to go up against him. He was only waiting to see what would happen. He felt that he would have to wait until Qin Xiang had exhausted most of his energy before going up. Otherwise, he would end up like Lu Xianqing. No one dared to duel one-on-one, but if more people joined hands, they might be able to win. 2 against 1. This was something that would be looked down upon. But now no one looked down on those two, because Chen Xiang was too strong. He definitely wouldn't be able to beat him alone. But if it was 2, then maybe it would be possible. I thought that there would be a good opponent in this new world. I didn't expect that they would all be Tras. H. Plus, Qin Xiang snorted coldly. Within the 100 refinement realm, he indeed did not have many opponents. Great strength duo xiong, great strength gate. Very quickly, someone recognized the 2 men. Giant strength gate, ranked 5th in the new world. Qin Xiang's Taiwu sect does not have a ranking, but he easily defeated the sect's 2nd ranked disciple. Was not afraid of the 2 of them fighting together. Since he had the time now, he might as well train with it. Great strength sect, the moment they heard the name, they immediately knew that the people in the sect were cultivating a type of martial arts that allowed them to be extremely powerful. This great strength duo Xiong's body looked to be stronger than most of the 100 refining realms warriors, and his physique was also outstanding. Unlike Lu Xianqing's, who was without the golden greatsword, his strength was greatly reduced. Great strength sect, the moment they heard the name, they immediately knew that the people in the sect were cultivating a type of martial arts that allowed them to be extremely powerful. This great strength duo Xiong's body looked to be stronger than most of the 100 refining realms warriors, and his physique was also outstanding. Unlike Lu Xianqing's, who was without the golden greatsword, his strength was greatly reduced. You all want to attack together? Qin Xiang asked. The 2 big men gave him a sense of masculinity. He did not seem like the type of person who would take advantage of others. Of course not, one of the taller men said, and he put away his giant axe. I just don't want anyone to disrupt the fairness of the fight between us. I will make my junior brother look good and not let others plot against him. He looked at Qin Xiang. How about we compete in terms of physical strength? Qin Xiang smiled slightly. In terms of physical strength, he felt that there were very few people in mortal realm that could beat him. I am from the giant strength sect. Bao Li cupped his hands towards Qin Xiang. From the looks of it, he only wanted to exchange pointers with Qin Xiang and not take the bounty. When he was watching the battle between Chen Xiang and Qin Xiang, he realized that his body was strong, and thus his heart burned with fighting spirit. Let's fight. Chen Xiang kept the white tiger gloves. The other party was a good person. He did not want to take advantage of them. Receive my attack. With a loud roar from Bao Li, the thunderous roar shook the forest and caused all the birds in the forest to leap into the air. Looking at this berserk bull that looked like an angry bull running towards him, Qin Xiang praised in his heart. It was not easy to cultivate one's body to such an extent. Just the strength of his fleshly body was so strong, it made many young warriors, who mainly trained in innate qi, shocked. If it was said that only the strength of the fleshly body, other than Qin Xiang, no one else would dare compete with him. Bao Li did not use the power of the innate qi, so his speed naturally decreased by a lot, but it was still quite impressive. When his iron fist struck down, it even made a sound like it was I ting the air, which was very scary. As the fist struck towards Chen Xiang's chest, Qin Xiang didn't dodge or block it at all. He also struck back with his fist, the speed of his punch being slightly faster than Bao Li's, to the point that when Bao Li's fist had just touched Qin Xiang's clothes, S fist had already struck his chest. With a dull boom, Qin Xiang's fist carried a strong force as it violently smashed into Bao Li's large body that was like steel. Bao Li let out a low snort and retreated a few steps, as blood involuntarily flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It was just a single punch, but without using innate qi, he managed to injure the tyrannical body. This caused everyone to be dumbstruck. Qin Xiang's body was actually also very strong. I've lost. When Bao Li was speaking, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He could tell that Chun Xiang had already shown mercy. Otherwise, he would not be able to stand up now. Bao Li was supported by his junior brother into the crowd. The strength that Chun Xiang had displayed was more and more shocking, and it was no wonder that he had the ability to kill Dongfang Yao. 10 billion spar, there are actually so many stupid pigs giving up for that King morals. A sinister voice came out, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen or so skinny men in black robes and silver masks suddenly descended from the sky and surrounded Qin Xiang. Ghost Killing School. This is a sect that specializes in training cold-blooded sins and is ranked 9th in the New World's rankings. It is said that their names are all numbers and no one knows the ident. 1. Tie of any of the disciples in Ghost Killing School. It is said that there are only 100 silver-masked ghost killer in the Ghost Killing School, and 10 of them are enough to kill a ranker who had just entered the Nirvana stage. The strongest in the Ghost Killing School is the Golden Face Ghost Killer, and the weakest is the Tungsten-Faced Ghost Killer. Shocked discussions sounded out from the crowd. Had heard of this Ghost Killing School before when he was wandering around Sky Emperor City. He had heard many people talking about it. This was an extremely outstanding Sanation organization. The weakest was a wooden mask, then an iron mask. Qin Xiang was surrounded by 10 silver-faced Ghost Killer S. As long as there were spar S, these killers, regardless of whether they were women or children, would all attack viciously. There were many sins in the Sins Guild that had bottoms, but none in the Ghost Killing School. As long as they had spar S, they would kill everyone. What about Qin Xiang, who has 10 billion spar S? Seeing Chun Xiang being surrounded by these 10 silver-faced ghost killer, everyone felt chills down their spines, because they did not realize that there was a ghost killer here earlier, and so many people did not notice their existence. The ghost killer was an sin with a strong concealment ability. If they were discovered, they were not worthy to be the silver-faced ghost killer. Very few people had seen the ghost killer take action, because those that they had seen were basically all dead, and now they had to do it in front of so many people. This caused many people to be afraid that the ghost killer would make a move on them after he killed Qin Xiang, even though there were thousands of people watching. A silver-faced ghost killer suddenly made a hand gesture, and 4 of them disappeared, leaving with an extremely fast speed, while the remaining 6 surrounded Qin Xiang. Holding a very thin and long sharp needle, they pierced towards Qin Xiang. Whoosh! The 6 places that he had stabbed out were all so extremely deadly. If he had been stabbed in one place, even if he didn't die, he would still be seriously injured. What was even more frightening was the poison smeared on all 6 of the needles. This was the first time Qin Xiang had encountered a group attack with such speed. No matter how fast he was, it was difficult to escape, and the innate qi in his body did not even have time to explode, as the 6 needles had already pierced towards him. When they saw that Qin Xiang was about to be pierced through to death by the needles, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. However, the 6 needles were disappointing because they only pierced through his clothes and not his body. Qin Xiang was someone who possessed a divine tool like the Profound Wood diamond armor. If he was pierced by these 6 ordinary weapons, the person who created the Profound Wood diamond armor back then would have been killed. Therefore, Qin Xiang knew that even if he couldn't dodge it, nothing would happen to him. The silver-masked ghost killer was indeed strong, trained well, and had a tacit understanding with each other, making people tremble with fear upon seeing him. Everyone believed that if they were to be attacked like this, they would definitely die. Even though the 6 needles failed, the 4 silver-masked ghost killer S that had just disappeared immediately appeared and continued to attack Qin Xiang's head with them. Their speed was extremely fast, and it only happened the instant after the 6 silver-masked ghost killer S failed. Qin Xiang had long since prepared himself for the 4 silver-faced ghost killer S who had disappeared just now. When the 4 long needles pierced towards his head, the 4 water vines became even faster, and just as the 4 long needles were about to touch Qin Xiang's hair, they caught up with the four silver-faced ghost killer S, and with a fierce tug of the water vines, smashed the four silver-faced ghost killer S to the ground. The six silver-faced ghost killer S had already retreated away from Qin Xiang's attack range. Although four of their companions were grabbed by Qin Xiang, they did not have any intention to save him. The water ball exploded before it could even touch Qin Xiang, sending waves of water splaws. H.I. plussing everywhere splaws. H.I. plussing Qin Xiang's entire body. It's highly toxic. A person shouted in shock as he retreated a few steps. When the clear water fell onto the four silver-masked ghost killers' bodies that were entangled by water vines, the four silver-masked ghost killer S suddenly let out heart-wrenching sounds, and then turned into a pool of blood. When the clear water fell onto the four silver-masked ghost killers' bodies that were entangled by water vines, the four silver-masked ghost killer S suddenly let out heart-wrenching sounds, and then turned into a pool of blood. Upon contact, the surrounding trees immediately withered and died, and the fallen leaves were all black. Seeing that, everyone quickly distanced themselves from the place where the water ball exploded. Worried that the poison would spread over from the air, many of them held their breaths, releasing innate cheese barrier. They were worried that the silver-masked ghost killer would be killed. Not bad. You know how to use such a powerful poison. Qin Xiang wiped off the poison that was on his face. He looked like a chicken that had just been splashed with water. How did he look like someone who had been splashed with the poison? Everyone watched dumbstruck. They had personally witnessed the four silver-masked ghost killer S on the ground being turned into a pool of blood by the poison, leaving behind only their silver masks. However, Qin Xiang was still unharmed. Their poison was actually useless against Qin Xiang, which was also what they relied on the most. Their innate qi might not be too strong, but they specialized in speed and poison, which was why their ghost killing school had the most outstanding poison master, which was why their ghost killing school had become so powerful. Just as they wanted to escape, they felt a chill run through their bodies. The water vines wrapped around their bodies, preventing them from moving. Qin Xiang's technique was still very useful, especially against those who were weaker than the tyrannical warriors. It was very deadly. As long as they were caught in it, it would be hard for them to escape. The six silver-masked ghost killer were hidden together by the water vines and then slowly dragged over. With a wave of Qin Xiang's hand, the poisonous water that fell to the ground a moment ago gathered together and gathered into Qin Xiang's palm. You guys are really ruthless. In order to achieve your goals, you don't even want your companions, the CLUS, to have poisonous water on Qin Xiang's palm miraculously floated around, causing the silver-masked ghost killer S to tremble from head to toe when they saw it. Everyone could see that Qin Xiang was going to use the poison to kill the six silver-masked ghost killer S. As expected, just as the six silver-masked ghost killer S cried out for mercy, the poison had already exploded on top of their heads. Under the bindings of Qin Xiang's water vines, these six silver-masked ghost killer let out miserable howls, as their bodies were slowly corroded by the poison and turned into a pool of black blood. At the same time, they besieged Qin Xiang, making him look like a drowned chicken, but in the end, all that was left of his corpse and bones. Although Qin Xiang did not have that frightening silver mask on his face, his faint smile made people even more terrified. Young Master Dongfang, we meet again. The last time you stabbed your father in the back, it was really hard to forget. From the looks of it, you did it pretty well. Qin Xiang walked towards Dongfang Profoundlong with a smile. The matter of Dongfang Profoundlong tricking his father had long become a topic of discussion in this new world. Many people could tell that Dongfang Chaochuan had seized this opportunity to incite them, and in order to not be purged by Dongfang Lingyun, Dongfang Profoundlong did not hesitate to betray his father in order to become the clan chief in the future. Of course, there were other secrets as well. Last time, Qin Xiang had used his death-haunting arrow to secretly shoot at Dongfang Profoundlong's thigh, But Qin Xiang did not feel that it had caused any mental trauma for Dongfang Profoundlong, because he had used the role model Huang Jintian, this crazy old man, to scare him. In Dongfang Profoundlong's eyes, being ambushed by someone who was strong was something to be proud of. Right now, Qin Xiang wanted to make Dongfang Profoundlong feel guilty, and at the same time, wanted to make the Dongfang family to waste more pills to save Dongfang Profoundlong, because the Dongfang family's patriarch only had one bloodline that he could inherit. Qin Xiang felt that if he was lucky, the Dongfang family's bounty on him might even increase a little. Now that there were so many people watching, if young Master Dongfang got ravaged and Dongfang Lingyun didn't make a sound, he would definitely be underestimated. Qin Xiang, you killed my twin brother. Do you still want to kill me? Dongfang Profoundlong's face was ice cold, not the slightest bit of fear. A man like you, would you care about your dead brother? You even dare to poke at your father. What do you care about kins? HI+P? Qin Xiang laughed coldly. There were truly many guards by young Master Dongfang's side, and they were all powerful, more than 20 in total. Humph. To deal with a traitor, you have to be ruthless. Even if he is my father as the successor of the Dongfang family, I will not let him off so easily. I will sell out my Dongfang family for my own personal gain. Dongfang Profoundlong's words were filled with righteousness and vigor, and it seemed that he really meant what he said. However, Qin Xiang did not believe it at all. Anyone who knew Dongfang Chaochuan in the slightest would know that Dongfang Chaochuan would definitely not sell the Dongfang family. It was entirely possible that it was Dongfang Lingyun and Dongfang Profoundlong. What a tough mouth, hee. Qin Xiang suddenly laughed sinisterly. His soul-absorbing devil spell could make people speak the truth. But the problem was that he had to let go of young Master Dongfang's bodyguard first. Arrest him. Seeing Qin Xiang coming towards him step by step, Dongfang Profoundlong anxiously shouted, and the 20 bodyguards immediately ran towards Qin Xiang, waving their blades and swords, activating innate qi, starting to attack with all their might. Everyone could not help but admire the strength of the Dongfang family. That thick and violent innate qi made many people frightened. Tai Qi Dragon Formation. Qin Xiang's face sank, his hands started to dance wildly, and from beneath his feet, waves after waves of terrifying dragon power surged out, turning into many thin and long white dragons and black dragons, revolving around his feet and quickly swimming in 2 different directions. They formed into a 10 feet wide yin-yang taiji array and started to quickly spin under his feet. The 20 people who were attacking suddenly increased in speed, but they were not under their control and flew towards Qin Xiang, the weapons in their hands flying out first. And after entering the Tai Chi Dragon Formation below Qin Xiang's feet, they were all twisted and damaged. Some had even exploded. One must know that the power within the Tai Chi Dragon Formation was compressed by a large amount of dragon power. After being strengthened by the profound formation, it became extremely terrifying. It was a technique from the Taiji Dragon Suppress Kung Fu, but it consumed a lot of the innate qi and required a large amount of it to support it. When young Master Dongfang's 20 bodyguards saw the outcome of those weapons, they were overwhelmed with shock, but it was already too late. The innate qi in their bodies were affected by the strong suction force, causing chaos and violence, and he couldn't control them. After the 20 people were sucked into the Tai Chi Dragon Formation by Qin Xiang, their bodies immediately emitted a GG sound of their bones shattering. Their bodies were similar to the swords and sabers. They were all broken and bent. Everyone decided in their hearts that when they saw it with their own eyes, they would become even stronger. In the future, when they saw Qin Xiang, they would definitely not show any hostility, or else they would be like the people inside the Tai Chi Dragon Formation. Everyone decided in their hearts that when they saw it with their own eyes, they would become even stronger. In the future, when they saw Qin Xiang, they would definitely not show any hostility, or else they would be like the people inside the Tai Chi Dragon Formation. In merely an instant, Qin Xiang used 30% of his innate qi. For someone like him, who had a thick innate qi, This was a huge consumption of his energy. The 20 elites of the Dongfang family were taken care of just like that. Their bones were almost all broken. Although they did not die, they suffered serious injuries. Dongfang Profoundlong originally wanted to run, but after seeing that all his bodyguards had been taken care of, he knew that he wouldn't have the chance to. It was only natural for Chun Xiang to attack Dongfang Profoundlong. Who asked the Dongfang family to place a 10 billion bounty on Chun Xiang? And now that Chun Xiang had such a good opportunity to deal with him, he would definitely not be lenient. Dongfang Profoundlong was a little afraid in his heart, but he could not let his reputation lose here. He took out a sharp sword and saw that it was actually a pretty good grade treasure. You didn't run away. That's really out of my expectations. Chun Xiang sneered as he walked over. Now that there were so many people watching, he definitely had to make this Dongfang Profoundlong spew out the matter of him cheating his father and son. Our Dongfang family issued a bounty. We never thought of doing it ourselves, so as to not let others say that our Dongfang family didn't pay the price. But now you're the one who forced me to do it. Today, let's call it quits. Dongfang Profoundlong had a very confident look on his face, as if he could pierce through Chun Xiang's throat with his sword. That sounds good, but I'm not your father, so don't think about stabbing me in the back. Chun Xiang laughed heartily. Of course, even if you recognize me as your father, I won't take you in, lest I get cheated by you. Dongfang Profoundlong suddenly laughed out loud. Chun Xiang, you are truly arrogant. The fact that my Dongfang family can stand on this new world and become the #1 clan, the strongest power, this is not a coincidence. Don't think that just because you learned a powerful mystical technique, you think that you can be so arrogant. Don't look down on me. As the strongest member of the Dongfang family, for the glory of the family, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will not lose. I am not afraid of death. The honor of the family is more important than my life, and when my father betrayed the family, I had to endure excruciating pain to kill him. Chun Xiang, you have insulted my family many times, but today I will use your blood to wash away all of this. His words were full of arrogance, causing others to silently admire him, but Chun Xiang knew that what he said was all nonsense. Chun Xiang suddenly flashed. His speed was extremely fast. Dongfang Profoundlong only saw a shadow flash by, followed by a burning pain on his face. Everyone originally had a little admiration for Dongfang Profoundlong. They were just planning to see how he would fight with Chun Xiang, but who knew that the self-confident Dongfang Profoundlong would actually be ruthlessly slapped in the face by Chun Xiang. Dongfang Profoundlong's glorious image in the hearts of everyone suddenly plummeted. Is this young Master Dongfang? How is this possible? To have one of his teeth knocked out with a single slap, wasn't that a little too weak? Chun Xiang, you shameless, you dare to plot against me. Dongfang Profoundlong looked at the teeth on the ground, which were lying on a pool of blood, and felt incomparable rage. Originally, he had a lot of words to say to enrich his image, but Chun Xiang didn't let him say anything. Chun Xiang had to admit that this Dongfang Profoundlong's mouth was indeed quite sharp. His ability to fool and act was top-notch. If he hadn't personally witnessed Dongfang Profoundlong sneakily attacking his father from behind, he would definitely have been fooled as well. Who asked you to speak so much nonsense? Chun Xiang coldly snorted. Don't you know that when you're facing your enemies, you can't slack in the slightest? I, Dongfang Profoundlong, have always competed fairly with others, and only a despicable, shameless, and despicable person like you would do such a thing. Dongfang Profoundlong surprisingly wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth with an extremely calm and collected expression. Chun Xiang suddenly felt that the little fool Dongfang Jing was most likely being duped by her big brother. Chun Xiang, look at the sword. Dongfang Profoundlong shouted loudly. When competing with others, letting them see his moves was indeed a very upright action. Of course, Dongfang Profoundlong was not a fool like that. He was first to stab the sword and then shout, and his sword was much faster than his mouth. When he stabbed forward, his voice had just reached everyone's ears, but it seemed like he was really reminding Qin Xiang. Just as he was about to use the profound gang finger to break the sword tip, he suddenly felt a resistance. One must know that he was wearing a white tiger gloves on his body right now, and with the power of the Slaughter Ji, Di's hand, even if he did not use the dragon power, he could still break all of those powerful treasures easily. However, this sword did not exist. He realized that the quality of this sword was far better than the one he had twisted into a ball. Dongfang Profoundlong's forehead started to perspire. He did not expect Qin Xiang's fingers to be so powerful, grabbing onto the sword tip, preventing him from pulling it out. Humph! Qin Xiang suddenly grabbed onto the sword blade, slipped, and directly slid onto the sword hilt, releasing a strong burst of energy, producing a huge impact. Qin Xiang directly grabbed onto the sword and used the sword hilt to ruthlessly stab Dongfang Profoundlong, and then seized the sword. This is something that Dongfang Xinyue refined. The quality is not bad. It is much better than that Bulsh *TTY golden greatsword. Qin Xiang looked at this sword. Dongfang Xinyue had indeed given a lot for the Dongfang family and had expended a lot of effort to refine weapons for their families. However, in the end, he had the reputation of a traitor to his family. After he kept his sword, Dongfang Profoundlong suddenly attacked ferociously. His fists were extremely powerful. The innate chi roared, and when he punched over, it was like a roaring lion heavily SMAs. Plussing onto Qin Xiang's face. Dongfang Profoundlong was secretly happy. Just as he revealed a surprised look on his face, it immediately disappeared, because not only did Qin Xiang not lose his teeth and vomit blood, he did not even turn his head. I'm not like you. I'm not someone who would be casually ambushed by others. Qin Xiang laughed sinisterly. The innate chi on his fist turned into a white tiger head filled with killing intent, letting out a terrifying roar. It smashed towards Dongfang Profoundlong's face. Dongfang Profoundlong let out a blood-curdling scream. Qin Xiang's fast and fierce white tiger ji, D-fist smashed into Dongfang Profoundlong's nose, SMAs. Plussing his nose down, causing blood to flow out. At that time, Qin Xiang thought that Dongfang Jing was very strong, but now that he saw Dongfang Profoundlong's strength, he understood why that little idiot Dongfang Jing could win against Dongfang Profoundlong, because Dongfang Profoundlong only had a strong mouth. At that time, Qin Xiang thought that Dongfang Jing was very strong, but now that he saw Dongfang Profoundlong's strength, he understood why that little idiot Dongfang Jing could win against Dongfang Profoundlong, because Dongfang Profoundlong only had a strong mouth. Although Dongfang Profoundlong's cultivation was not bad, and the innate chi was also very rich, he still had very little experience in actual combat, and was even worse than his younger brother, Dongfang Yao. Dongfang Profoundlong came from a distinguished background, and had never suffered through anything since he was young. He had only cultivated by relying on pills, and he had never suffered like this before. He never thought that his beautiful nose would be smashed by someone else. You. Dongfang Profoundlong was so angry that he couldn't speak. Actually, even if he was given a chance to speak, he didn't want to speak, because the moment he spoke, his nose would hurt and his teeth would fall. Young Master Dongfang, didn't you say that you won't rest until we die? Didn't you say that for the sake of our family's glory, we can even forsake our lives? You have destroyed the honor of your Dongfang family. Why don't you just die? Qin Xiang looked at Dongfang Profoundlong, who was covering his nose, and approached him step by step. Qin Xiang, 10 years is not too late for a gentleman's revenge. As long as I, Dongfang Profoundlong, do not die, there will be a day when I will seek your revenge. The glory of the Dongfang family will never be ruined by me. Dongfang Profoundlong covered his nose and said some Sionade words. Everyone could see that Dongfang Profoundlong was only good at talking, and the others were not strong enough, but now they looked at him as if he was a joke. Glory! Qin Xiang slapped out his palm. The strong tremors caused the ground to crack. The force of the heaven-blasting palm enveloped Dongfang Profoundlong. The force of the palm hit Dongfang Profoundlong's face, causing the blood in Dongfang Profoundlong's body to surge. The blood and energy in his body surged. It sprayed out of his mouth at the same time. Dongfang Profoundlong's teeth had shattered from the shock, and he flew out together with the blood tiger. You think someone like you, who sold his father for honor, is worthy of talking about glory? Not only did you not help your father fight against the Dongfang Lingyun, who suppressed your clan leader's bloodline, you even came to harm your father? Do you know how powerful the weapon refined by Dongfang Xinhua was? She could easily make a whole bunch of those *T gold greatswords. But she was forced by Dongfang Lingyun to become enemies with the Dongfang family. They were originally the glory of the Dongfang family. What Chen Xiang said was all true. Dongfang Xinyue's smithing skills, even Su Meiyao and Bai Yu were all praising him. Such a talent would affect Dongfang Lingyun's governance in the Dongfang family and would definitely be taken away. Didn't you want your father to die quickly so that you could become the next patriarch? Sooner or later, both your father and Dongfang Lingyun will ascend to the sky. When that happens, the Dongfang family will be yours. Chun Xiang struck the top of Dongfang Profoundlong's head with his palm, activating soul-absorbing devil spell to search through his memories. After all, Dongfang Chaochuan and Dongfang Xinhua possessed the bloodline of the Dongfang clan's patriarch, and the Dongfang family was theirs. They had no reason to betray their own family that they were in charge of, so there was no need to. So that's how it is. Qin Xiang was slightly shocked in his heart. Not only was Dongfang Profoundlong scheming against his father to quickly obtain the position of patriarch, there were actually other reasons as well. To be honest, why did you do this to your father? Qin Xiang asked. When people used soul-absorbing devil spell, they would always answer whenever they were asked a question, and they would even speak the truth. Because I want to quickly obtain the patriarch's position and the patriarch's blood soul. That way, I can quickly become stronger. Dongfang Profoundlong said. Everyone was shocked. Dongfang Profoundlong actually admitted to it. However, everyone was very curious about what the patriarch's blood soul was. Chen Xiang also satisfied everyone's curiosity and asked immediately, "What is the patriarch blood soul?" It said that it's the soul of the D blood. It said that it's used only when the patriarch is in the Nirvana Doom. So the person can't die while crossing the Nirvana Doom, and it's placed in the family's treasure grounds. Nirvana Doom was the nightmare of countless warriors. With this, wouldn't they be able to cultivate to the next level without a hitch? Then, did you get the patriarch's blood soul? Where is the patriarch's blood soul now? Chun Xiang asked again. No, the patriarch's blood soul is being guarded by Dongfang Lingyun. He wants to use the patriarch's blood soul to fly to the heaven realm through the 9 nirvana tribulations. Because as long as the patriarch of the Dongfang family ascends or dies, the blood soul will follow the patriarch. At that time, the new patriarch's blood soul will descend onto the new patriarch, and the patriarch can use it with the members who possess the patriarch's bloodline. The patriarch's blood was indeed a miraculous thing. No wonder Dongfang Lingyun did whatever it took to get the patriarch. Since you possess the bloodline of the patriarch, you will definitely be able to use the patriarch's blood soul to travel through the Nirvana Doom in the future. Why did you betray your father? Qin Xiang asked. In fact, the patriarch's blood soul can only be used by people of our patriarch's bloodline. But my patriarch's bloodline is unexpectedly thin, and only by fusing with the blood in my father's body can I use the patriarch's blood soul. Dongfang Jing and Dongfang Xinhua are the blood of females, so they are not suitable for me to use. So maybe their patriarch's bloodline is not pure either. Dongfang Lingyun and Dongfang Profoundlong were doing it for the patriarch's blood soul, and Dongfang Lingyun was almost flying up, which was the most important thing to him. And Dongfang Profoundlong not being able to use the patriarch's blood soul was the most regretful thing that he had done. That was why they were plotting against Dongfang Chaochuan. In order to ascend in power, Dongfang Lingyun and Dongfang Profoundlong had done such a thing. Furthermore, Dongfang Lingyun was still expanding and slaughtering those who opposed him. If this continued, the new world would not be able to unite, and the only way to stop would be to pull Dongfang Lingyun, the patriarch, down. This was also the reason why Qin Xiang was doing this. These things were all set out by Dongfang Profound Long, and if so many people heard it, it would definitely spread out and spread to the ears of the people from the Dongfang family. At that time, those people who were deceived by Dongfang Lingyun would definitely be shaken. If Dongfang Chaochuan and Dongfang Xinyue took advantage of this opportunity, they would definitely be able to take back the Dongfang family's power. Seeing as you are speaking the truth, I will let you go today. Your father will personally punish you. Qin Xiang knocked Dongfang Profound Long out with a palm. Qin Xiang's methods had already caused these people to be deeply afraid. Even if it was 100 billion bounty, most likely no one would dare think of targeting Qin Xiang's head. C-738. C-738, the S.P.A.C. warcraft that appeared in this new world, wanted to eat, so that he could move all the experts with cultivations above Nirvana stage away in one breath. As for those that were below Nirvana stage, they would be put together by the S.P.A.C. warcraft. This was a consistent style of the S.P.A.C. warcraft, and of course, this came from Long Xue's inherited memories. This was because it was not easy to encounter a S.P.A.C. warcraft even in the Heaven Realm mess. After beating Dongfang Profound Long down to the ground, Qin Xiang swallowed a pill and walked in the same direction. It had been a long time since Lu Menger and Dongfang Xinyue returned, and he was extremely worried. What put him at ease was that he knew that Dongfang Xinyue was still alive because he and Dongfang Xinyue both had a master-servant contract. He could feel them, but he could only sense that Dongfang Xinyue was still alive and did not know where she was. Long Xue had already activated the Heaven Tour method to search for it, but after searching through the forest, he did not find anything, not even a trace of it. Long Xue guessed that it was within a spatial S.P.A.C., and it was not difficult for S.P.A.C. warcraft to find such a place. Wait, they're definitely fighting in that S.P.A.C., and that S.P.A.C. is created by S.P.A.C. warcraft. It is definitely not very strong. Let me try and see if I can feel the weak spatial undulations. Long Xue said. Qin Xiang could only wait patiently and felt the connection between him and Dongfang Xinyue that transcended S.P.A.C. at all times. No matter where he was now, he could always feel the link between him and the two exceptionally beautiful female slaves, Dongfang Xinyue. Just as Qin Xiang was waiting for more than 2 hours, a strong burst of spatial energy struck over, causing the entire forest to tremble slightly. Following that, a burst of powerful qi surged through the forest, blowing apart many large trees, broken thick tree trunks, and many large leaves. That wave of aura formed from the intense innate qi was very strong, and Qin Xiang could feel Lu Menger's cold energy from it, which made him feel a lot more at ease. In order to avoid the countless pieces of the tree trunk that were blowing towards him, Qin Xiang jumped into the air and advanced while facing the berserk aura. He wanted to see what the S.P.A.C. warcraft looked like. The air had disappeared, and the forest had quietened down once again. Qin Xiang had already seen a place in the distance that was extremely empty, with craters all over, caused by the uprooting of huge trees. There were more than 30 people scattered all over the place, and the most noteworthy thing was the gigantic beast lying in the middle, whose entire body had long black fur and was as tall as 3 people. This was the S.P.A.C. warcraft that Long Xue had described. It had a human-like body, with black fur all over, and it was also huge and strong, but it was already lying there. Its body was covered in frost, and one could tell that it was made by Lu Menger's powerful Icewind magic kung fu. Qin Xiang could clearly see those over 30 rankers in the distance, and he recognized a few of them. For example, he knew Man Futian and Zhuojin Xuan from the Devil Subduing College, Dongfang Lingyun from the Dongfang family and the elders, and even the 2 elders from the Divine Martial Sect. However, their faces were not well. It could be seen that in order to avoid being devoured by the SPAC warcraft, they had started to fight. Some of them were even injured. Huang Jintian is not here. Dongfang Xinyue, just surrender. You are severely injured. How can you retaliate? Dongfang Lingyun laughed sinisterly as he looked at the pale Dongfang Xinyue. Lu Menger wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his body releasing a cold qi. Holding onto a white jade long spear, he said coldly, Dongfang Lingyun, just now when we were dealing with this beast, we did our best. It can be said that without the two of us, you too would have been eaten by this guy. So what? Now I want to capture the traitor of my Dongfang family. Dongfang Lingyun did not immediately attack Dongfang Xinyue, who was severely injured, but instead walked towards the SPAC warcraft. Since the SPAC warcraft was so powerful, it must be filled with treasures. What do you want? We all have our hands on it. Do you want to keep it for yourself? An old man's face showed that he could not accept this, but Dongfang Lingyun looked at him fiercely. Everyone had varying degrees of injuries now, and a lot of innate qi had been used up, but there were 4 people in the Dongfang family. Is that all? When you're fighting, hide behind a woman. Even if they win, they steal the spoils of war from others. Chen Xiang immediately imitated Huang Jintian's voice. Haha, is Huang Jintian really you? Don't think that you've lied to me once, and you still want to play with me a second time? Chen Xiang, I know it must be you. Dongfang Lingyun laughed. They hoped that Chen Xiang would not come out, as otherwise it would be very dangerous. After all, Dongfang Xinyue was heavily injured, and even standing up was difficult for him. Furthermore, the others would definitely not offend the powerful Dongfang family, as no one would help them. Chen Xiang could also tell that the situation was not good for Lu Menger and Dongfang Xinyue. However, he still appeared, and very unhurriedly flew over with a faint smile on his face. You've got guts. Although we're slightly injured, it's not a problem to deal with them. It's as simple as Cruz. Plussing an ant to death. Dongfang Lingyun laughed. Chen Xiang shook his head and sighed. He took out a pill and quickly placed it on Dongfang Xinyue's sandalwood. Although Chen Xiang's movements was extremely fast, a few knowledgeable people still knew what pill Chen Xiang gave him. Eternal Dan! An old man shouted in shock, and the 30-odd experts immediately burst into an uproar. Eternal Dan, middle heaven level. Moreover, after the medicinal power of the pellet had not subsided, the innate qi would have an unlimited amount of time to do so, and would also be able to recover quickly after suffering an injury. It was considered one of the best pellets in the world of Nirvana Doom. Sure enough, after Dongfang Xinyue ate it, she who was so weak that she couldn't even talk, immediately stood up, and a wave of scorching innate qi surged onto her delicate body. Dongfang Xinyue was Chen Xiang's slave, so of course Chen Xiang would not be stingy with his pills. Previously, he had given Lu Menger Eternal Dan and a few other Relived Dan, but Lu Menger had not used any of them, so he had obviously used them long ago. After giving the Eternal Dan to Dongfang Xinyue to eat, Chen Xiang took out the Relived Dan and gave it to Lu Menger. When everyone saw it, they all moaned in their hearts. This was something that only those who went through tribulation would be willing to use. But now, Chen Xiang gave it to the 2 women to eat without even blinking his eyes. A rich pill, like Chen Xiang, caused people to feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone was curious as to where he had gotten so many high-leveled pills. Dongfang Lingyun, didn't you want to kill me? After eating the Eternal Dan, Dongfang Xinyue could feel the endless innate qi. She had an unprecedented level of fighting spirit as she held onto a burning iron chain, and her beautiful eyes shone with killing intent as she looked at Dongfang Lingyun. After Lu Menger ate the Relived Dan, his injuries immediately recovered a lot. Although he was not in his best condition, he was still better than Dongfang Lingyun and the rest. Chapter 739 SPAC Elemental Bead. Chapter 739 SPAC Elemental Bead. Dongfang Lingyun still did not know that many people knew about his conspiracy with Dongfang Xianlong. Before long, it would spread across the whole new world. At this moment, his entire body was trembling with anger. One reason was because he could only look at the 2 good pellets that were being used for nirvana tribulation being eaten by the 2 women. And the other reason was that these pellets were actually from that brat, Xinxiang. When he looked at Xinxiang's expression while squandering, he knew that Xinxiang did not pity these pellets at all. There were not many Dan King in this new world, but there were many of them. However, they were still lacking in spiritual medicines, especially those that were high quality or above, so high quality or high quality ground level pills were still very precious. At this time, Dongfang Xinyue was growing more and more fond of her little mistress. Not only had she obtained the fire soul, she had also given her an expensive eternal Dan when she was heavily injured. At this moment, she was also feeling extremely pained for herself to waste that eternal Dan, which naturally made her feel more moved and warm. Xinxiang suddenly walked over to the S.P.A.C. Warcraft side and caressed its frosty fur, then laughed and with a thought, kept it in his storage ring. The S.P.A.C. Warcraft was killed by everyone painstakingly, yet it was taken away by Xinxiang just like that. Everyone was furious, but when they saw Lu Menger's beautiful yet cold eyes, they did not even dare fart. They had already seen the strength of the 2 women just now, and they were also injured, so they definitely could not beat them. Xinxiang, you little bee, A-S-T-A-R-D, hand over that corpse. Dongfang Lingyun was instantly enraged. Let's work together and S-N-A-T-C-H the corpse back. No one was willing to help them. If they offended Xinxiang, the rich guy with the pills, when they asked for pills in the future, they would definitely be rejected. Not to mention the fact that Dongfang Xinyue and Lu Menger, the 2 powerful women, were there. Don't worry, other than those 4 fellows, everyone else will have a share. I'm just keeping it safe for now, so that Dongfang Lingyun won't steal it. Xinxiang smiled lightly at everyone, then walked to Zhuo Jinchuan's side and took out the S.P.A.C. Warcraft's corpse. Elder Zhuo, can you count the number of people here? Other than me and the 4 guys, everyone else will get one. Xinxiang laughed, seeing that Xinxiang and his relations, H.I. plus P was so close, Dongfang Lingyun couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. If they had attacked just now, Zhuo Jinchuan would have undoubtedly attacked them from the back. Xinxiang possessed a high-level pellet. It was a very normal thing to be able to make friends with an expert of Zhuo Jinchuan's level. Zhuo Jinchuan's 10 levels of devil subduing method shocked everyone greatly, being able to become the prink. 1. P. Al of the Demon Demolise. H.I. Plussing Academy was not a simple matter. Originally, everyone had already given up hope for the S.P.A.C. Warcraft's corpse, but now that there was one, everyone secretly rejoiced and revealed their enmity towards Dongfang Lingyun and the others. Dongfang Lingyun was no fool. Seeing the situation turn against them, he scoffed, "Let's go, you guys remember this!" When Dongfang Lingyun left, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Zhuo Jinchuan also started to cut the S.P.A.C. Warcraft. He even specially gave Lu Menger and Dongfang Xinyue the biggest and best part. But she gave the beast cores to Xinxiang. No one had any objections. Although there are no treasures here, it is still a good harvest to obtain the bones of these strange beasts. Boy, come to Demon Demolise. H.I. Plussing Academy often when you have time. Zhuo Jinchuan sincerely thanked Xinxiang. I have already reported this to the demon suppressing temple. I think that when you go to the heaven realm, the demon suppressing temple will definitely open its doors to you. Man Futian laughed. Let's wait until after Great War between 3 realms. Xinxiang sighed, which touched on the heaviest worry in everyone's hearts. With the death of the S.P.A.C. Warcraft, the illusion formation shrouding the forest slowly disappeared after feeling the threat. Everyone left the Mount Blood Thunder Sea one by one. while Xinxiang used the Luo Tian sect to directly enter the spatial gate with the two women and return to the Qinwu continent. It was really close. I was almost taken advantage of by Dongfang Lingyun. Dongfang Xinyue let out a faint sigh, chuckled, and then kissed Xinxiang's cheeks. Master is so nice to me. Dongfang Xinyue's jade face was filled with gentleness, and her eyes carried an enchanting smile, as if she was going to melt Xinxiang down. Xinxiang watched in a daze as he reached out to caress his cheek. You're welcome. I gave him a rare opportunity. If you grasp it well, he should be back to Dongfang clan very quickly, and continue to be his Dongfang family patriarch. Xinxiang then told Dongfang Xianlong and Dongfang Xinyue about Dongfang Xianlong, making Dongfang Xinyue even more grateful towards him. Sister Menger. Xinxiang licked his lips. The imp is dead. Lu Menger lightly stomped her feet, and her face turned slightly red. She then leaned her head over and hugged Xinxiang, kissing his paws silently for a moment. I'm going to meet my appointment. I don't know if I'll be late or not. Xinxiang shrugged and used the Luo Tian sect to leave. When Xinxiang returned to the Super Dan Imperial College, he opened his own door and saw a person wearing a wooden mask, causing him to be shocked. Little girl, you scared me to death. How can you casually enter Marshal Ant's room? How is this possible? Xinxiang was often intimidated by the elder Dan. This made him extremely unhappy. Did you bring a woman into my bamboo house? How can you smell the fragrance of other women? The elder Dan's voice carried anger. Xinxiang thought for a moment, then immediately said, You misunderstood. That was when my sister-in-law, Yulan, looked at me and lived in there. The compet 1 tie-in between us will start in 3 days. I have already collected the ingredients for 2 low-grade ground level pills. The elder Dan said, his voice was still stiff and cold. Oh, what pills ingredients are they all from? How do we decide who wins? Xinxiang anxiously asked. He was extremely concerned about this matter. As long as he could win against this woman, he would be able to see her appearance. You'll know when the time comes. Elder Dan flew away. Xinxiang curled his lips. When the time came, he would have to refine 2 low-grade ground-level pills. He felt that the difficulty wouldn't be too high. The SPAC Warcraft's Beast Core is also known as the Spatial Elemental Bead. You should be able to use this Spatial Elemental Bead as the Luo Tian Sect's energy. At that time, you don't need to use your own strength. Long Shui said. In that case, the spatial origin orb has a very strong power of SPC. Can it make me travel back and forth between Holy Pill Realm often? Xinxiang's heart was moved. Of course not. Holy Pill Realm is not that easy. The formation that Fan Yakin obtained can only allow him to travel back and forth. Long Shui said. Xinxiang originally wanted to go find Yin Xiao Dao and the others to see how their progress was, but he met Wu Kaming. Xinxiang originally wanted to go find Yin Xiao Dao and the others to see how their progress was, but he met Wu Kaming. Little Marshal Uncle, I've been looking for you for a long time. Ever since Wu Kaming Pa-S, said the Nirvana Tribulation, he had become much younger and looked much more lively. However, he still spoke like an old man. What is it? Xinxiang asked as he walked. The headquarters for the construction of the Dan Alliance in the continent of the King is more or less finished, and there are still many alchemists that have gathered here. It is said that these Dan King are going to conduct a compet. 1. Tie-in to elect an alliance master. Do you know of this news? Su Yun said. Wu Kaming said. He was a member of the Wu clan and was the most informed about the continent of the King. I don't know. Xinxiang also wanted to go watch the Dan King compet. 1. Tie-in. When do we start? Starting tomorrow. I heard that the alchemistess that are invited to the Dan Alliance are all famous in their world. Second senior sister and Hua Xiangyue also received the invitation, but they did not go. Wu Kaming said. Xinxiang rubbed his nose and said, I am considered quite famous in mortal martial realm. Didn't they invite me? Wu Kaming shook his head. Your talent is not bad, but you do not have enough experience. Maybe they really look down on you. Even though you have relived Dan, they knew that you did not refine it. You're underestimating me. Chun Xiang grunted softly. Then are there any other young alchemists being invited to join the Dan Alliance? Of course there is. Of course there is. Wu Kaming laughed. Junior Master, I am sorry for you. I was actually looked down upon by this group of people. Qin Xiang just shook his head and smiled, but he still planned to join in the fun. How can I go watch the Dan King compet? 1. Tie-in to refine pills? What is it? Junior Martial Uncle, you want to go and ruin everything? Wu Kaming laughed craftily. Although I am not alchemist, I am still invited to watch. I can bring you there. Qin Xiang laughed. Little Baldy, I'll be troubling you then. Wu Kaming said. It's nothing, that's right, Junior Martial Uncle. Do you have any good pills to sell recently? There are some profound young fire Dan-s, small shaping Dan-s, and even Dinghan Dan-s. Qin Xiang thought for a while and said these were all high-grade, profound level pills. There's still a little Chun Yuan gold, Dan you want? Wu Kaming opened his eyes wide. Profound young fire Dan-s, small shaping Dan-s, and Dinghan Dan-s are all rare high-grade, profound level pills. Especially small shaping Dan-s and Dinghan Dan-s. When I first heard about them, I was still a warrior of the 100 refining realm. You can even refine these pills? Wu Kaming asked. Of course. Otherwise, how could I have so many? Chun Xiang chuckled. If you and a lad ever need anything in the future, come find me. If we sell the small shaping Dan to the Beast Martial School, we can definitely sell it for a good price. Many sects that rear demonic beasts also need them very much and can sell them as ground-level pills. Wu Kaming's eyes lit up. Junior Martial Uncle, you have so many rare pills. Maybe you can make that scene even more beautiful. Qin Xiang laughed. Don't think so badly of me. I'm only going to exchange some potion concocting techniques with them, then casually sell some medicinal pellets. Wu Kaming secretly despised Qin Xiang. If he had to say it, he would just go and make a fool of others while he was at it. Although the new world was very big, to the number of martial artists competing, some high-leveled pills were still very precious. For a rich person like Chun Xiang, as long as he worked hard enough and opened a pill shop to sell pills, he would definitely become a well-known figure. It wouldn't be long before he made a name for himself. There were only a few thousand invited continent of the King S. In this new world, it could be said that there were very few of these people, and the majority of them were pretty good alchemists. That is the Dan Alliance's tower. Alliance head will be created on the first floor and can enter the stage tomorrow. At that time, the Alliance members will have a pill refining compet. 1 tie-in and a few Dan King will compete to decide on Alliance head. Wu Kaming said, What is this Dan Alliance trying to do? It was true that it was good to gather many talented alchemists together. Alchemist's position was originally high, and with so many alchemists united, it was definitely a very strong force. Wu Kaming thought for a moment, then said, It seems to be for an exchange, but they must have thought that it was profitable. At least I think that's good. If I were to come to the Dan Alliance to ask for pills, it would be much easier. After all, there are elite alchemists from all over the world gathered here. There were many empty areas above continent of the king. Not only did the Dan Alliance build a tall tower, he even created a huge city. It was said that the spar were all produced by the Dan King, and they invited many people to build such a huge city with the fastest speed possible. The Dan King was very rich, and it was a joint venture between several Dan King-s. At the same time, some of their allies had produced spar-s, so the Dan Alliance could be said to be the wealthiest power. Even if there were no strong experts, no one would dare to offend the Dan Alliance. Qin Xiang and Wu Kaming strolled around the city. Although it had just been established not long ago, all of the shops here had already been sold out, and those rich shops could only be bought by the members of the Alliance of the Dan Alliance. In other words, in this gigantic pill city, the good locations were almost all bought by the Dan Alliance. This group of people are too bored. They want to use a different method to earn spar. As Chun Xiang walked on the street, he saw a few closed doors of shops. All of these were bought, but were not open for sale. Wu Keiming could tell that Qin Xiang had the intention to open a shop, and he knew that Qin Xiang could obtain a lot of rare and precious herbs to refine pills. If he were to open a shop here, based on the rare and precious pills that he sold, no matter how a PPY the place was, as long as they were advertised, it would definitely be very lively. Junior Marshal Uncle, my Wu clan has some prestige here. Do you want me to help you get a relatively large store? Wu Keiming asked with a smile. Qin Xiang thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay, help me arrange a shop first. When I have time in the future, I will carefully plan how to open it. In fact, he planned to work with the Dan Fragrance Pure Land and occupy a position in the Pill City. He wanted to earn a lot of money from the spar, but he would have to discuss this with Hua Xiangyue after seeing him. Many members of the Dan Alliance were originally from the same sect or clan, so once Dan City was established, they all opened shop here, affecting the business of many other continents. Chun Xiang guessed that even the Dan Fragrance Pure Land was affected greatly. If you wanted to buy a pill that would suit you, you couldn't send it out in a new world. Just the transportation fee itself was a large sum, and if you gathered the best pill shops in this new world, then it would be very good. You wouldn't have to travel to too many places to look for pills. If you wanted to buy a pill that would suit you, you couldn't send it out in a new world. Just the transportation fee itself was a large sum, and if you gathered the best pill shops in this new world, then it would be very good. You wouldn't have to travel to too many places to look for pills. However, those alchemists who were not invited to the Dan Alliance felt extremely unhappy, feeling that they had been underestimated. When Chun Xiang and Wu Keiming walked on the streets, he could hear many of the alchemists complaining. The new world was so big, there were definitely a lot of alchemists. The reason why the Dan Alliance had only invited a portion of alchemists was so that the other alchemists could train hard and improve their alchemy skills. I heard that after the Dan Alliance is established, the levels of the alchemist will be divided evenly. When that time comes, you will probably have to take the alchemist's assessment to gain a better reputation. So it turns out that it is no longer feasible at the Dan Fragrance Pure Land's place. Wu Keiming said. Chun Xiang felt that it was necessary. A new world was formed from a combination of many different worlds, and each world had their own alchemist level system. In order to come up with a general level Tli, they had to harmonize it. These Dan King are pretty good. They had tidied up the chaotic world of pills in this new world. But unfortunately, both Elder Dan and Hua Xiangyue did not join this Dan Alliance. Chun Xiang regretted that he did not have a powerful alchemist in the Dan Alliance. It's not that they didn't join, it's just that we couldn't find them. They're all dealing with the tribulation. Wu Keiming sighed. Alchemist Nirvana Doom is even stronger. I hope they can successfully pass through. Qin Xiang and Wu Keiming had arrived disguised themselves, so no one would be able to recognize them. They seemed to be extremely low-key. But there were some people who came to Dan City in a completely different way, with a very high profile. A wave of hot air engulfed the area, and Qin Xiang knew who it was. Fire Divine Palace's palace, Chief Han Lai. Qin Xiang and Wu Keiming turned their heads to look, only to see a tall and dy old man who was much taller than ordinary people. He had an upper body that was covered in muscles and a fiery red cape. The Hall Master of the Fire Divine Palace was now a famous figure in this new world. After all, he came from the top of the Heaven Realm, which many warriors yearned for. Han Lai was invited as a guest. The few elders behind him all seemed to be alchemists, and the few young brats seemed to be the same. Wu Keiming said he was invited to the Dan Alliance. Chun Xiang frowned and asked, Of course, there are many powerful alchemists in the Dan Alliance. Wu Keiming shrugged his shoulders. Although Fire Divine Palace's reputation isn't very good, but his strength is indeed very strong. Qin Xiang gave the purple fire soul to Dongfang Xinyue because he wanted to get one back. Right now, he was staring at the few elders. This kind of archaic, devilish poison was something that even Han Lai was afraid of, and when Chen Xiang used that death-haunting arrow, with the addition of a few magical corruption gas, he might be able to kill those people with the 8 tribulations of Nirvana stage. It was just that this had to be extremely secretive, and if others discovered that he was using super old poison, then it would not be a matter of a single force chasing after him, but rather those of the 3 realms. If even a place like the Devil Realm could not tolerate magical corruption gas, what about the worldly immortal world? Qin Xiang only had the corpses of 2 elders from the Fire Divine Palace in his hands, both of them being green fire soul. This was the first time Qin Xiang had heard of such a thing, and it looked like there were quite a few of them. These little imps from the Fire Divine Palace were invited to join. There's no reason why you, the number 1 young alchemist, weren't invited. Is this old guy from the Dan Alliance jealous that you have too many relived Dan? Wu Keiming laughed. It's probably because I'm the Dongfang family's 10 billion spar. They're worried that I would bring trouble to the Dan Alliance. Qin Xiang curled his lips and said, if Dongfang Chaochuan and Dongfang Xinyue were to successfully take back the Dongfang family, then the bounty of 10 billion spar would definitely be withdrawn. Isn't that the little demon Xiao Chou? Wu Keiming suddenly pointed to the side of the street. This brat's bald head is scared by me, haha. Sure enough, Qin Xiang saw that Xiao Chou was standing on the side of the street, wearing a hat and looking around. Junior Marshal Uncle, you are bullying our Baldy clan. How unkind. Wu Keiming looked at him in disdain, then walked toward Xiao Chou. Wu Keiming was still wearing his hat, otherwise his S.H.I. plus New York head would be very eye-catching in the crowd. Xiao Chou saw 2 people walking over. He took a closer look and recognized them as Qin Xiang and Wu Keiming. He immediately waved his hand. Are you looking for someone? Qin Xiang looked around, but did not see any special people. Master, senior brother, I'm waiting for an elder of my great strength race. All the great strength race in this new world must gather now. I might not be able to return to Super Martial School for a period of time. Xiao Chou said in a depressed tone. Going back is too boring. It's just a bunch of people with low strength who don't know their place. When the time comes, they will challenge me to a fight without knowing their place. Qin Xiang laughed. Aren't all of your great strength race the same? I'm leaving. That elder called me over. Xiao Chou pointed to a very disheveled old man in the distance. But that old man had a pair of extremely sharp eyes, and no one around him dared to approach him. So both Qin Xiang and Wu Keiming could feel that strange yet powerful aura from far away. Xiao Chou ran over, and the old man brought Xiao Chou and a few other young people to walk onto a carriage, and walked towards Transmission Array. Wu Keiming and Qin Xiang arrived at a hotel where the Dan Alliance was hosting the distinguished guests. Qin Xiang rested for a while, letting Su Meiyao see if there were sufficient spirit medicines in the Yuyao Yugong, especially those that were of high, middle, and low quality. The medicine market for these types of pills was the widest, and most people needed to buy them. The next morning, the sunlight that SHI plus net on Dan City was extremely warm. This newly built huge city started to get lively even before the sky started to brighten. Qin Xiang and Wu Keiming headed towards the 50-story tall stone tower, which was the Dan Alliance headquarters, called the Dan King Tower. Invitation letter. Outside the door, the security was tight. There were many hundred refining realm S, some Nirvana stage S, and they were all extremely strict when entering. Anyone without an invitation letter was not allowed to enter. If they were an ally of the Dan Alliance, they could freely enter and exit using the Dan Alliance's medallion. Qin Xiang did not send any invitation letters, but Wu Keiming did. Furthermore, Wu Keiming could bring 2 people in, and this was done by the Dan Alliance for the guests and juniors invited to broaden their horizons. It's not the VIP room. Little Baldy, you do not have a high position in their eyes. Chun Xiang laughed. They were currently sitting in a gigantic hall with many chairs and tens of thousands of them. And at the top of the hall there was a gigantic stage covered with a red carpet, which was where the Dan King compet. 1. Tie-in was held later. There were many rooms in the VIP rooms, and the people inside were all people who were part of the leaders of the big clans in the New World. While in the main hall, many people were complaining that they did not have a room. After all, the majority of people who were invited thought that they had decent strength. Being looked down upon by the Dan Alliance made them feel very satisfied. There were many rooms in the VIP rooms, and the people inside were all people who were part of the leaders of the big clans in the New World. While in the main hall, many people were complaining that they did not have a room. After all, the majority of people who were invited thought that they had decent strength. Being looked down upon by the Dan Alliance made them feel very satisfied. There were many warriors that had experienced the 8 tribulations, but that did not mean that they were the strongest. The ones sitting in the private box were not necessarily the strongest. It was just that their relations, HI plus P with the Dan Alliance S were good, or their powers had powerful alchemist S that had joined the Dan Alliance. The Fire Divine Palace has a private room. If the Elder Dan or Hua Xiangyue comes, there might be one too. Chun Xiang looked at the rooms above the hall and muttered, Dongfang Lingyun is here. He is our Super Martial School's enemy. The last time he came to the Super Martial School to clamor. He has not avenged himself yet, snorted coldly. He and Gu Dongqin had already started planning out how to capture Dongfang Lingyun, or else their Super Martial School would definitely be laughed at. Chun Xiang felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. This Dongfang Lingyun still had the mood to run over here right now, so the scheme between him and Dongfang Profoundlong should have already been spread out. Just as Chun Xiang was feeling suspicious amongst the thousands of people in the hall, some were already discussing softly, talking about Dongfang Profoundlong colluding with Dongfang Lingyun to murder the patriarch of the Dongfang clan for the sake of the patriarch's blood soul. Wu Kaming also heard of this news very quickly, and this happened inside the BL. ODY Thunder Mountain Sea yesterday, and all of this was forced out by Chun Xiang. Junior Martial Uncle, you're amazing. Wu Kaming gave Chun Xiang a big thumbs up. If nothing unexpected happens, this Dongfang Lingyun is going to fall. Did he come here to seek protection? Chun Xiang suddenly started to worry. All of the Dan King S dared to say anything to save Dongfang Lingyun. After Dongfang Xinyue had merged with the Purple Fire Soul and eaten Chun Xiang's Eternal Dan, his strength had become even stronger than before. Everyone came one after another, and when they were waiting for the start of the compet, 1. Tie-in, everyone started to discuss about Dongfang Lingyun. When the hall was almost full, a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance suddenly walked up the high platform. The founding meeting of the Dan Alliance will begin now. I am one of the 10 elders of the Dan Alliance, Ling Qin. All 10 of us elders are from Dan King and are capable of refining heaven-level pills. 6 of the Dan King S have given up on fighting for the position of Alliance Master, including me. Under the influence of many people, Dan King were mostly old fellows with white beards, but this Ling Chen, who looked like a middle-aged man, caused an uproar at the side of the hall. Once again, our Dan Alliance thanks our old friend Dongfang Lingyun for giving us the 10 nature fruit as gifts. Chun Xiang cursed in his heart. These Dan King S were too careless. Each of them bought 1 nature fruit. Those who were invited were all well informed, and there were even a few thousand members of the Dan Alliance S among them. Were all shocked upon hearing the heaven-level spirit medicine, nature fruit. After a moment of silence, a buzzing sound of discussion could be heard. Now, it would be even harder to kill Dongfang Lingyun, with the protection of the Dan Alliance, who would dare to offend him. DAM. And it, when will I also bring out some nature fruit to bribe some stronger Dan King S? I'll S this Dan Alliance off. Chun Xiang suddenly felt very unhappy. The 10 Dan King-S were still too little in comparison to the fusion of multiple worlds into a new world. Now, let's talk about the division of alchemist levels that the 10 of us elders have discussed. Everyone listen carefully. After Chen Xiang finished listening, he cursed loudly. In this new world, the alchemists were divided into level 1 to 9 alchemists. Alchemists needed to know how to refine 3 mid-grade ground level pills, while the pill sect needed to know how to refine 3 high-grade ground level pills. As for Dan King, what about alchemists? As long as they knew how to refine heaven level pills, they would be considered Dan King. This level was much easier to differentiate, especially the Dan King. According to the standard, Chen Xiang felt that there would definitely be a lot of them. Junior Martial Uncle, now that you know how to refine 3 high-grade profound level pills, you should be a level 8 alchemist. You can be considered to be very high. Wu Kaming laughed. Chun Xiang groaned. In fact, he was about to become a level 9 alchemist. With his current age, to be able to reach this level was already an incredible feat in this new world. Among us Dan Alliance, the youngest one is a level 9 alchemist who is only 100 years old. He looks young now, so he should be the strongest young alchemist in this new world. Ling Qin shouted. To be able to refine 3 kinds of earth-grade, low-rank Dan-S and become a 9th level alchemist before the age of 100. This was indeed shocking. The youngest alchemist is at the 8th level, most likely his martial uncle. Wu Kaming said, I don't care if you want to be, then be the youngest Dan King. Chun Xiang chuckled. As long as I can refine a heaven-level pill, I can become a darn Dan King, ha. After the crowd quieted down, Ling Qin said with a laugh, I know that everyone wants to see the appearance of a level 9 alchemist refining earth-grade, low-rank Dan. However, everyone knows that although it is not easy to obtain medicinal herbs from the earth-grade, low-rank Dan, the youngest level 8 alchemist is willing to come up and make a fool of himself. All the alchemists that our Dan Alliance has invited to join are publicly acknowledged to be the most outstanding alchemists. We will definitely not disappoint anyone. The youngest level 8 alchemist went up on stage. He was actually one of the Fire Divine Palace. At the age of 60, he will be able to refine 3 high-grade profound level pills and become an alchemist of the 8th level. As long as we continue to work hard, we will soon be able to become an alchemist of the 9th level. Ling Qin smiled and said, This young friend here is Fang Sheng from Fire Divine Palace. Wu Kaming really wanted to shout bulls. I plus T once because Chen Xiang was the youngest alchemist of the 8th level, even though he didn't partake. 1. P. 8 in the Dan Alliance's A assessment. He looked like a young man in his 20s. However, because his cultivation rose quickly and he took pills all year round, he could maintain his young appearance and not age. So Qin Xiang guessed that Fang Sheng was at least a late-stage 100 refining realm warrior. Are you refining the 3 purities pill? Wasn't refining such a simple high-grade profound level pill just to fool people? Chun Xiang secretly despised him in his heart. Many alchemists could tell that Fang Sheng was concocting the 3 cleansing pills. Some people were straightforward and had already made sounds of ridicule. This was the least difficult of the high-grade profound level pills. Although it was used to cure poisons, the detoxification effect was not very good. One would need to recuperate for many days before being able to completely cure the poison. Amidst the hissing of the crowd, Fang Sheng had no choice but to collect the medicinal ingredients for the 3 purities pill and take out a portion of the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the small shaping Dan. Only then did the hall become quiet. Amidst the hissing of the crowd, Fang Sheng had no choice but to collect the medicinal ingredients for the 3 purities pill and take out a portion of the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the small shaping Dan. Only then did the hall become quiet. The moment the small shaping Dan's medicinal herbs appeared, some of the sects that specialized in relying on demonic beasts widened their eyes. This small shaping Dan S had a certain chance of comprehending the profound beast's transformation technique and could change into the shape of a profound beast. Goblin beasts could only take form in Nirvana stage, but many goblin beasts could only block them by blocking their way to the profound beasts. If they take human form and cultivate human martial arts, they would become stronger. Those sex and demon beasts that raise demon beasts, once they transform, will become their most loyal friends because they have the master servant contract us. Although small shaping Dan only had a certain chance of being transformed by a mystical beast, they were still very popular. If this cauldron was completed, there might even be a chance of an auction at the scene. Under the patient weight of the crowd, the nervous Feng Shen heaved a sigh of relief. Opening the blue pill furnace, he saw a pill that was not completely red. It's a success. Ling Qin also heaved a sigh of relief. For our little friend to be able to refine a lower quality small shaping Dan at this age is already an extremely difficult task. Chun Xiang sneered in his heart. The quality of those medicinal herbs was not bad. If he was the one refining them, then they would at least be two of the highest quality medicinal herbs. The last time he was in Sacred Dan Realm's pill refining compet. 1. Taiyin, he used rotten medicinal herbs, which allowed him to refine two of the highest quality small shaping Dan. Although the inferior quality had disappointed everyone, it was not bad. After all, he was still very young. I think there are quite a few friends here who want to buy this pill. Why don't we do an auction? Ling Chun saw that everyone's expression was much better and anxiously smiled. Wu Keiming looked at Qin Xiang. He had always been looking forward to Qin Xiang doing something, but Qin Xiang's expression was still calm. This brat is not talented. He was only able to refine this low-quality small shaping Dan. He is just showing his disgrace. Fang Xing stood up with a hint of a proud smile on his face, because he saw that many people wanted to buy the small shaping Dan he had refined. Ling Chen laughed and patted Fang Xing's shoulder. I know there are many old alchemists who are disappointed. But after all, Fang Xing is just a young man. It's already not bad that he can do this. Among the younger generation, he is considered outstanding, otherwise he would not have been able to become an ally of our Dan Alliance. The number 1 young alchemist of the 8th level, this Tli shouldn't be too excessive for him, right? The Dan Alliance was simply bragging about how powerful his own Dan Alliance members were. Since the other party had extended his face out for someone to slap, Chen Xiang could not sit still either. Isn't that saying a little too arrogantly? Chen Xiang suddenly said indifferently. His voice was neither loud nor harsh, but it could be heard by the people around him. It could be seen that he had used the innate qi skillfully, causing many of the experts to exclaim in admiration. Oh, could it be that this brother is able to find an alchemist of the 8th level that is even more powerful than little friend Fang? Ling Qin frowned. To think that there would be someone trying to mess things up. Of course, to deal with this kind of person, he had to make them submit wholeheartedly. It's Chen Xiang, someone shouted. Although Chen Xiang was dressed up slightly, people with good eyesight could still recognize him. Wu Keiming was happy in his heart. He knew that a good show was happening. Those people in the private rooms, who were more familiar with Chen Xiang, all smiled slightly. This brat Chen Xiang was always present, and was specifically aimed at opposing the strong powers. It was already a miracle for this kind of person to be able to live for so long. Ha! This kid is untalented and is only recognized as the youngest of the mortal martial realm's top alchemistess. Qin Xiang's voice was filled with ridicule, and he did not feel like this was arrogance because this name was publicly accepted by the mortal martial realm. Please advise me. Naturally, Fang Xing had heard of Qin Xiang's affairs. He also wanted to see what capabilities Chen Xiang had to actually dare to clamor here. The other 9 Dan King S in the box were all secretly furious in their hearts. There was actually someone who was so bold as to try and ruin the stand of the 10 Dan King S. But what could they do? If he kicked them out, wouldn't that be a joke to the guests that were invited? I wonder how many batches of small shaping Dan that you have refined, Brother Fong? Chun Xiang stood at his position and asked. Since it was Chun Xiang, everyone knew that there would definitely be hope, especially those who were slightly dissatisfied with the Dan alliance. They all waited silently for Chun Xiang to do something. I can't remember, but I can still refine it in the end. Fong Sheng was still extremely confident because at his age, it was really rare for him to reach the 8th level of alchemist. Qin Xiang laughed. This means that Brother Fong has refined quite a few, but how can the quality be so poor? Furthermore, the pills produced are still too few. Chan Xiang, all of the alchemists here know that small shaping Dan only produced 1 pellet, and the difficulty of refining it is extremely high. Ling Qin immediately sneered. All of the alchemists nodded. Chen Xiang laughed. My luck is good. I have also refined several batches of small shaping Dan. I only produce 2 pellets, and its quality is high. I'm not trying to steal from the wrong point of view. From my perspective, Brother Fong's pellets are only a waste of medicinal ingredients. Everyone can say that, but if you want to convince people, you have to show your true abilities, no? You can produce 2 small shaping Dan. Do you think that my Dan King came from nowhere? Ling Chen laughed. His laugh was filled with contempt, with a trace of anger. If you want to cause trouble, then kick him out. An elderly voice came from the private box. One could tell that it was a Dan King with a lot of power. What if I can refine it? In my opinion, you Dan King are just sitting in the well and watching the sky. Qin Xiang shook his head and sighed, then turned and left. This Dan Alliance's standards are truly disappointing. Qin Xiang had been to the sacred Dan realm before, so he truly had the qualifications to speak these words to them. Wait a minute, if you can refine 2 high-quality small shaping Dan, I will give you the one that Brother Dongfang gave me. If you can't, then why don't you stay in the Dan Alliance for 100 years? The old man said disdainfully he thought that Qin Xiang was just bluffing. At first, Wu Keiming was a little worried, but when he saw Qin Xiang's calm face, he knew that the old fellow was about to suffer. Nature fruit? I have quite a few of these things, but they're too lowly in my eyes. A single nature fruit is enough to win over the hearts of others. Let's trade for something else. Qin Xiang shook his head and laughed. Everyone was shocked. Qin Xiang was not trying to mess things up right now, but was trying to provoke the Dan King to reach their bottom line by mocking them for being bribed by Dongfang Lingyun. But what he said was 2 empty words. Nature fruit S were still very precious. How could Qin Xiang have many of them?